All right, greetings everybody, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is May 11th, 2024, and I guess there's not much left in May 11th. So why don't you guys sit up with me tonight as we listen to some of my favorite episodes from season one. So how you doing, King of Hunkamundo, Dr. Strangelove? I see you guys in here. I am live right now, but we're gonna switch over here in just a second to some of my favorite episodes. We're going to play 3 of them tonight. We're going to keep you guys up all night, and either that or just lay down and go to sleep. We're going to be talking about UFOs and aliens all night long, probably 6-7 hours. 3 of my favorite episodes. So, well, not 6-7 hours, probably 4 5 6 hours, something like that. Whatever it comes out to be, it'll be. So, I'll be back at the end of this one, and we'll chat a little bit, and then we'll listen to the second one. So I hope everybody enjoys, and here we go. I wanted to get you on to talk about the triangular UFO phenomenon. Now,
sure.
Are these the same kind of UFOs we've had through the 40s and 50s, or is this something new?
Well, that's a great question to start this conversation off with. Contrary to some popular opinion, these triangles are nothing new. Certainly the prevalence, the frequency of reporting of these triangular UFOs are new. When you look back at the 1940s, 1950s, and civilian as well as military records, UFO records specifically, and even in newspaper accounts, the vast majority of early reports are predominated by the quote-unquote flying saucer, flying disc reports. But despite that, if you really take the time to go through those files and those cases one by one, what I've been able to uncover is that there's a rich history of these triangular UFOs dating back at least to the 1940s, if not, potentially the late 1800s. Admittedly, as a researcher, the older the reports, the sketchier they are, so they're harder to verify. But looking at specifically military reports, and in some cases, I might add, visual sightings corroborated by radar, we do have reports in Blue Book and even in later the MOD files, their UFO files of triangular objects. And as early as the 1950s, believe it or not, there were 2 articles written specifically on the subject of triangular UFOs in Flying Saucer Review from England. So obviously, if there was an article written in the late 50s and they're referencing sightings, then we had sightings prior to that. And so, again, though, one key characteristic to keep in mind, though, is that we do have an increasing frequency of triangular objects starting roughly in, I would say, the mid to late 70s, really predating stealth as far as stealth being, widely available with the F-117A and the B-2 stealth bomber. And what's interesting is when you look at the reports, beyond just a triangular object being reported, you have the size, you have the speeds, you have the flight characteristics and lighting characteristics that are eerily similar to the modern day reports. And I concede that some, underlined that 3 or 4 times, some of these triangles people are seeing today could be military. I don't know what state-of-the-art technology is. I'm not allowed to see these special access programs. I don't know what cutting-edge aerospace technology is currently, and I don't think any of your audience does unless they work in those clandestine projects. But when you look back through the lens of history and we see these reports that are similar to what we're seeing today, I think the further you go back in time, the harder it is to cling to that sole explanation that these are just all military.
All right, awesome. And I just want to throw out there that we are live on YouTube for this show. So I normally type in there, hello to everybody, but I haven't typed anything today, and I probably won't, but I am reading what you're saying. Hello, Mr. Fox and Don M. Blue Chicken, how you doing? Jimmy Gable. Glad to see everybody here today so far. As we move on, we'll get more and more people to drop in here. So if you guys could answer them for me and let them know that we are live with David today. And we're gonna talk about triangular UFOs. And David, I wanted to tell you a story. I live here in Huntsville, Alabama, and we have a huge Army base here. It's called Redstone Arsenal. And every once in a while, I'll be out there and I'll meet some of these soldiers or ex-soldiers that are currently contractors now working in various jobs doing what they do. And I spoke with one, and we were talking about how I host this show, and he was like, "Oh, what do you guys talk about?" And I was talking about UFOs, this, that, and other. And he told me, I'm not going to mention his name, but he told me he
Sure.
was working in out west somewhere, wherever they do anti-aircraft uh, practice, right? Like they've got their little machines on the ground, and they're basically shoot down enemy aircraft from the ground, anti-aircraft, whatever it is that they're using. And he said the system, he was training on the system, and the system had locked on to a triangular object. They were supposed to lock on to these jets that I guess were flying around, and he had locked on to a triangular object that was there. The machine was locked onto it, but nobody could see it. Now, do these things have some kind of cloaking technology?
There have been accounts of some of these things having, for lack of a better term, and the term's actually been used by witnesses, starfield camouflage, which is interesting because, again, this might be mirroring technology that we have, in the sense that it has been discussed that we do have this type of like cloaking technology, whereby you can project the sky below the craft to where it essentially is celestial camouflage, for lack of a better term. And so, some of these things we may have already perfected, or at least are cutting edge technologies that we might be utilizing. So we do have those reports. I will say they're relatively few compared to the overall amount of triangular UFOs that we have. Most of those are described as being, relatively flat black with bright white lights at each corner and a strobing or solid red light in the center.
Now, he was telling me that when the machine, or I guess this missile system or anti-aircraft system, had locked onto this triangular UFO, that he went to his superior and was like, "Look, this is doing this," and the guy was just like, "Oh, don't worry about that. Try to lock on the jets." Like they knew it was
Well,
there. Like, oh,
it,
that's not a big deal. Don't worry about that. Just ignore that.
yeah, a couple different ways you can interpret that, right? Either they know what it is and they don't want to mess with it, or they know what it is because it's one of ours, but it's top secret, so don't talk about it. Again, we might be dealing with a mixture of things. I think it's simplistic to think that all of these are someone else's technology or all of these are military. Like most things in life, it's usually shades of gray, and I think the triangles are no different in that respect.
Do you think it's possible that maybe they're not, I guess, cloaking at all? We just can't see them in our three-dimensional reality. That maybe they're there all the time, but some people can see them and some people can't, just on their consciousness level.
It's possible. I mean, I don't discount any possibility when we're dealing with this UFO subject, triangular UFOs or otherwise. Especially when we see unusual characteristics, and by that I mean some of the historical accounts. People see a UFO that's non-triangular, and then it shifts or morphs before their eyes into a triangle, or the reverse. They see a triangle that morphs into another shape. And there was a famous case in the Project Blue Book files, which I thought was extremely interesting, which I included in my book. And we even talked about it on a Smithsonian Channel documentary show on triangles. And it was in the early 1950s, and it was seen over Alabama. And what was interesting about this is the pilot saw this light, very bright light, with a very sharply defined circular edge. It wasn't, as he remarked, like a star or a planet that scintillates, that has kind of a diffused edge. And he was on a solo mission at night, and this was over, actually, Albany, Georgia was the location. I apologize. And he saw this light and decided, this is very unusual. I'll increase my altitude. If I don't see any change in perspective, then it's probably just a star or planet. He increased altitude, and within a matter of minutes, he realized that this light was now below him. And so that kind of ruled out anything celestial. He then decided to descend and close and increase speed towards the object. And in the military report, you can read it. It states that as he was closing on it, it alternated orange, white, and then suddenly the light morphed from a light into an equilateral triangle, which then within a matter of seconds after that, the triangle divided into two triangles, which then disappeared.
That's crazy. So somebody's asking
for lack of a better term.
Somebody's asking a question here. Smithsonian Channel. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, that I was just referencing the documentary. It was I think Black Triangle was the name of the episode. It was the series UFOs Declassified.
All right. And I just want to say hi to Chuck Bam. And Don M asks if the triangular UFOs were related to the Phoenix Light incident.
That's another good question. And I get it quite often when I travel the country and give lectures. It's possible because, again, some of the flight characteristics are very similar, but I kind of keep the Phoenix Lights in a separate category. And by that, I mean, most of these triangles are estimated to be 200 to 300 feet in length, or, on any given side, estimated to be 200 to 300 feet in length. The Phoenix Lights case, and I'm sure your audience is well acquainted with that case, that is a category unto itself. This object, for lack of a better term, was estimated to be anywhere from a mile to a mile and a half wide. And that's a conservative estimate. Some estimates put it even larger. So it might be a close cousin to some of these triangles because it was silent. It moved very smoothly through the sky. It had these very large luminous lights, white lights. But as far as the size, I mean, it's just off the charts compared to these little 200 to 300 foot long triangles. And so whether there's a relationship there, I just don't know.
All right. Now, the Phoenix Lights incident was interesting. I lived in Glendale for a couple of years, and when I was there, even in 2010, people talked about it all the time still. And from what I heard, and that I didn't know from my being interested in the subject that I never knew, was that there was a large craft that went down the interstate, like it was coming from Flagstaff from the north, and it was going probably 50 feet over the interstate. Is that reported on much at all?
Yeah, I mean, what was the question? I'm sorry.
That it was a massive craft that was hovering about 50 feet off the interstate that pretty much came down all the way from Flagstaff before it even got to Phoenix. There was one massive craft coming down, and that was before the light show began in Phoenix there.
Yeah, and in fact, it's funny you bring that up, Michael. I was just talking to a coworker today, and the Phoenix Lights came up. He brought it up in conversation, and I remarked to him, and to your point, and to your audience, I've always made the comment that we call it the Phoenix Lights case, but it really belittles the case because, to your point, this object at least started in the far northwest corner of Arizona and moved all the way down the entire state, south of Tucson to the southeast. And when we call it the Phoenix Lights, it almost suggests it was only seen in Phoenix. But in fact, it traversed the entire state and was seen by hundreds, if not thousands, of eyewitnesses. And I have friends in Phoenix, and I know a lot of the great people with Phoenix move out there. And yes, to your point, it's still discussed even today. I mean, that is just one of those cases that's going to be indelibly etched in UFO history.
Yeah, I think it's because so many people saw it,
It's hard to discount something when you have that many witnesses.
Yeah, Jimmy Gable says the simple answer is that they are ours, only they can't let the energy source out. It would wreck their control and our economy having free power. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I respect the opinion, but again, I think historically, I would argue that the history of these reports kind of argues against that. To think that we had this technology decades ago, we've sat on it, there's never been any whistleblowers, and that we've invested trillions of dollars over the last several decades on seemingly inferior technologies. I just have a hard time accepting that, but I respect everyone's opinion.
Yeah, that's true. We've put a lot of money into other things that aren't anywhere near as advanced as that. If that's the case, why would we put so much money into the older technology, say? That's a really good point. So you did mention that there was some stuff going on in Huntsville, right? I
Yeah,
guess
well, you mentioned
before
Redstone
the
Arsenal
show, yeah.
before we went on.
Before we
And there's a case, I don't have the case file in front of me, but there was a case of a bow tie shaped object, if I remember correctly, over Redstone Arsenal. And this was in the late 40s, early 50s. And forgive me, I don't have the case file in front of me. And I had talked about this in some of my early lectures. And it was interesting because the witness described a silver bow tie flying through the air lengthwise. And as he watched it, one of the ends of the bow tie, which is essentially a triangle, turned and pivoted at an angle as it was moving, which clearly indicated that these things were moving independent of each other, even though they were flying in tandem previously. And then as the whole object is moving, or these two objects are moving, the other triangle then pivots back to where the 2 points are joined again, and they continue flying. And I believe that was in either the Project Sign or Project Grudge files where I found that.
And there's always something interesting going on here at Huntsville. And for those that don't know, this Redstone Arsenal was opened during World War One as a chemical research weapons facility. It's where they researched all of the chemical weapons. And I guess sometime around the end of World War Two is when we had Operation Paperclip happen here, when all of the old German Nazi scientists came here. And Huntsville is actually where they built the rocket that got us to the moon by those German scientists, von Braun and others that were here in Huntsville, Alabama. So that's always pretty interesting. We have a pretty big research facility here and space camp and all of the neat stuff that people really don't think of Alabama when it comes to space travel, but it definitely was a big part
No,
of what's going on.
absolutely, Michael. And you and I share that in the sense that out here in Albuquerque at White Sands, Werner von Braun and many of the German rocket scientists were also here when they weren't at Redstone.
Yeah, Redstone's definitely an interesting base, and I think that in the future we'll hear a lot more interesting things that have been coming out of this place. I'll tell you, it seems like every time I'm outside, just I'm always stargazing, but it always seems like there's something up in the sky and it's moving around, and there's a bunch of them. So it just looks like they're little drones. So I don't know what they're doing
Yeah.
over the base, but they sure are doing a lot with drones. I think because every night it seems
Yeah,
like they've got
the
drones
last
out
20
there.
years has been problematic as far as the proliferation of drones, both in the military as well as civilian sector now, and even commercial use with drones. And it makes the job of the UFO investigator even more difficult now, trying to separate prosaic explanations from, let's say, more mysterious ones.
Yeah, like I'm sure you get a lot of reports of UFOs that really just turn out to be drones now, and that is a problem, isn't it?
It is, especially the civilian ones, in the sense that, if there was a military refueling operation, you can call your local Air Force base and they could tell you that, and you could easily write that UFO report off as something prosaic. If you have a civilian flying one of these more exotic drones with unusual lighting characteristics, how do you track that down? How do you verify that that person was flying that drone at that time? And so it makes things just much more problematic.
All right. And Lee Palace says different groups of human elites which have different shapes of UFOs. Now, we have I guess my co-host for a lot of shows on this channel, we'll get him on every now and then when we're talking about ancient archaeology and that sort of thing. He tends to believe,
Mm-hmm.
and his name is Jared Murphy for everybody that knows. He tends to believe that the UFOs and high tech that we're seeing today is really from an old ancient civilization that survived, some horrible cataclysms that overtook the earth thousands of years ago. And he says he thinks that a lot of the high tech UFOs and stuff we see is really us. It's just another human race, just a highly advanced human race that maybe they live underground somewhere, or maybe they're on a part of the planet where we don't really go, but it's really them. It's not alien life at all. What do you think of that theory?
Well, certainly there's an add to the list. Again, I don't discount any one hypothesis. It's hard to prove a negative, right? It's hard to prove that that's not the case. But conversely, if one is going to put forth a working hypothesis, it's incumbent upon that person to provide proof, to substantiate it, to test it. And so I don't rule it out as a possibility. In fact, I've even had some people during lectures across the country say, well, I think these UFOs are all demonic. And a number of people will laugh, and you'll hear little snide comments made by the audience members. I don't, and then see if those patterns are suggestive, certainly not conclusive, but suggestive of some type of working hypothesis.
Do you think that it's possible that that we're getting more and more visits here on Earth by these craft, because it's possible that Nibiru is getting closer? What do you think of the whole theory of the Planet X? And
yeah, I read years ago. I read a lot on Planet X, but I've really not, to be quite honest, not really kept up on the literature or on the research with regard to that. So if I answered you in any way, I'd probably just be embarrassing myself. I'm just not that knowledgeable on that aspect.
All right. And I guess I ought to throw out there, you said earlier you had some breaking news you wanted to tell everybody. You were able to announce something. You want to tell everybody what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Michael. November 3rd was Election Day here in the United States, and a lot of people have mixed feelings on that. But in addition to the tension surrounding Election Day, I also had a lot of anxiety because I was awaiting the delivery of a very important package. Essentially, it was a truckload of file cabinets, 15 4 and 5 drawer file cabinets. And these file cabinets, this shipment was shipped out of Chicago. And what it housed was the largest single collection of civilian UFO case files in the world. And there was a lot of work on the front end to make this happen, I might add, with many discussions with the Center for UFO Studies, or CUFOS, J. Allen Hynek's organization that he founded back in 1973. I had been working collaboratively with some of the researchers there, including Dr. Mark Rodiger, who's the scientific director who took over after J. Allen Hynek, and had been in discussion for a few years about trying to figure out how we can try to digitize all of these historic UFO case files. There's so much data. I mean, there's thousands of case files that we have on record. And the goal was to eventually have all of these files digitized so they're, one, widely accessible, but two, also preserved. God forbid if anything happened to the original files. And so over the last several years, Jan Aldrich and Barry Greenwood, who are two very senior UFO researchers and historians, they've done about 30% of the files. And by done, I mean they've scanned them. And we still have the bulk to go. And I'm talking thousands of case files. So it was arranged that because I had worked with CUFOS very closely, and they knew of my historical research and preservation efforts with regard to UFO archival information, they agreed to ship the files to my research location here in Albuquerque. And I now am sitting here looking at the J. Allen Hynek collection. These are case files, I might add, that are not just CUFOS case files, which again, the organization was founded in 1973. This also incorporates the NICAP files, case files of Don Kehoe going back to the late 50s and into the 60s, and even further back to a more obscure group that some UFO researchers and interested parties aren't aware of, a group called CSI New York, which was Civilian Saucer Intelligence. And they were one of the earliest civilian organizations to catalog UFO sightings. So we have those. There's a lot of Australian reports. In addition, throughout the files, there are original government documents, as well as notes from Dr. J. Allen Hynek from his days at Project Blue Book.
So you've actually got like his memos, notes and stuff too.
Some of those still reside with Mark Rodiger, Dr. Rodiger in Chicago, but it's interesting, Michael, because you can go through Hynek's files, and again, many of these are original government documents, and you'll find little marginalia written on the side where the official Blue Book report might state Venus, and you'll see a little red marker with an arrow going to that. And then Hynek would have written something to the effect, ridiculous explanation. They thoroughly did not check this out. And then you'll see JAH. So it's interesting that you get some of his personal insights into some of these records and these cases and little personal thoughts as far as his opinion on their investigations.
So what would you say the most interesting piece of information from there is?
Oh my goodness. That's a hard one. That's a hard one. Yeah.
And I've heard you talk on other shows, and you always say that some of the most famous ones aren't the most interesting ones. It's that some of the interesting ones that nobody ever talks about. And I was wondering which ones are those, because they didn't follow up on that at all.
Yeah, well, one I have actually right here. It's one that I plan on following up on a little bit more this weekend. It was a burn victim case with regard to a UFO from 1964, I believe, or 68. Let me see. I've got the file here. I'm just starting to get into it. 1968. And it was a young boy, age 13, that was burned by a UFO. And I think I may have tracked him down. I'm going to be trying to reach out to him, but he sighted a UFO. There was a laser that hit him in the arm and burned him severely, set fire to a part of his clothing. We have the notes in the NICAP file. This is a NICAP file I'm looking at. I have the investigative notes, the report, sketch of the UFO. But this is interesting because there's another case that I was looking into of another burn victim, another young boy from 1964. And in that particular case, I was actually able to track him down, and I've interviewed him numerous times. And so I'm looking at that, and in addition, some other reports that are miscellaneous but describe a similar small object that was either causing damage to the human witnesses or to the surrounding area. And by that, I mean heat or burns. And in both cases, these two boys in the two separate cases were hospitalized for their burns. So it's not that we're just taking their word for it. We have the newspaper accounts in the file. We have documentation in those reports that the boys were taken to hospitals and hospitalized. And in both cases, I might add also, local police were involved in the investigation. And some of those are shown in the photographs and some of the newspaper articles. So some of the, admittedly, many of the UFO reports we get are by an individual, and you're left with either you believe them or you don't, or you believe they saw something, but is their interpretation accurate? When you have something of this caliber, you have contemporaneous newspaper accounts from the time period referencing hospitalization and involving local police. And so it raises the bar of credibility in the sense that you at least have a little bit more to work with.
Yeah, that's fascinating. How many cases have you gotten all together where there's these burns?
Well, there's about half a dozen, I would say, some in more detail than others. In fact, another one, you just reminded me, I actually need to reach back out to this person. I haven't heard back. There was in 64 a wave of these flying top, is how they were described, flying top shaped small UFOs that were belching flame out the bottom. The boy in Hobbs, New Mexico that I tracked down, he's now in his 60s. I say boy, in 64 he was a boy. His testimony matches point for point what was documented in those newspaper accounts and in the UFO files. In fact, I even secured some of James McDonald's documentation in the form of audio recordings with the boy and the mother and the grandmother. And, you start weaving all that together. But his sighting was on June 2nd, 1964. 3 weeks later to the day, there was another gentleman by the name of Buford Parham who was near Livonia, Georgia, and he was burned by a similar or almost identical object that was belching flame out the bottom, and that burned his arm. And I just recently was put in touch through Facebook with the daughter of Buford Parham, who unfortunately I found out passed away about a year and a half after the UFO incident. And she stated that her mother, Buford Parham's widow, was still alive, and I can only assume she must be in her 90s now. But she was going to talk to her mother and try to get some additional clarification on some aspects. But you reminded me, Michael, I actually need to reach out to her and see if she was successful in getting some additional information.
It seems fascinating. I guess I'm getting some questions in the comment about it. What kind of burn was it? Was it like a plasma burn or laser? Was it deep? Was it
Yeah,
radiation at
in the
all?
case, yeah, I don't believe it was radiation. In the case of the Hobbs, New Mexico, and the Buford Parham case, it was just conventional fire that was seen to be belching out of this object. And in the case of the Hobbs, New Mexico case, this 8-year-old boy, Charles Davis is his name, he was bathed in fire. And there's these incongruities that's unusual. The grandmother witnessed it. She was only feet away when this object swooped over her grandson, bathed him in fire from head to toe, yet he was only burned from the bottom of his chin and jawline up. All of his hair was singed off for the most part. His ears were described in newspaper accounts and by the grandmother at the time as looking like ground hamburger, like his ears had been turned inside out and looked like ground hamburger. His lips were swelled. His face had swollen so much you couldn't see his eyes. He was hospitalized for approximately a week and a half and then released to be treated at home for several weeks after that. Again, this is all documented in the newspaper accounts. I tried reaching out to the local police department, who I might add were very cooperative in Hobbs, New Mexico. Unfortunately, their police records, they didn't retain them going back that far. First, they thought they had some old ones on microfilm, but then when they checked, they said, no, we don't have anything going back to 64, which really speaks to the fact that many of these great cases from the 50s and 60s just weren't investigated to the depth they should have been. And so that's one of the reasons I'm going back looking at some of these, because I feel like there's still new insights to be uncovered. And especially with these young boys in these two cases that I was referencing, if they were young boys doing the math, it's quite possible mathematically that these witnesses are still alive. Just because it happened in 64 or 1968 doesn't mean that these people have long since passed on. And so I think when we find these cases, especially with young children, we should try to see if these witnesses are still alive. And from an investigative standpoint, it's important to interview them today, one, to see if they still attest to what they described back then. You know, did they come forward and say, oh, it was a hoax? After all these years, I can talk about it. But in the case of the Hobbs, New Mexico case, this person still stands by his story. The police were scratching their heads. The grandmother and the mother were devout Pentecostal family. Not the people that you would think of who concoct some UFO story back in 1964. And to this day, the witness, the burn victim, who, by the way, has no telltale signs after all these burns, has no scars. And it's just amazing. There's aspects to these cases that are just highly unusual. They just simply don't make sense, but yet there they are.
Yeah, and I just want to say hello to everybody. I'm reading your comments here. Please give a thumbs up on the video. It helps us get more people in here. Blue Chicken, I know you got to take off, but he says it sounds like a microwave energy weapon of some kind.
It could be. Again, it was described by the grandmother, who was just feet away, as just looking like conventional fire. And she even noted on the underside, and this was the term she used, Michael, in the interview with Dr. James McDonald, she said it was this black top-shaped object that had these burners on the underside. I mean, she described them like burners on a stove.
Okay. And Chuck wants to know, what did they die of? The one that died. Was there any
Oh,
report on
Buford,
what happened?
I have yet to find that out. Again, you reminded me I need to reach back out to the daughter, because it's been a week or so and she hasn't gotten back with me. So I don't know if he died of natural causes. I don't know if he had bizarre medical condition after this. The newspaper accounts I have that show him in his vehicle, which had some bumps in the paint after this object hovered over his car, because he was driving at the time, and the object made 4 or 5 passes around his vehicle. His arm was hanging outside the window. because this was summertime in Georgia. So I don't know if he had air conditioning in his car, but his arm was hanging out, and his arm was what got burned. But I need to find that out. That's what I'm hoping the daughter and the widow can help shed some light on.
Wow, that's fascinating. The one that got burnt from the head up, I would say, I guess. Is he still alive?
Yeah, Charles,
Did they get pictures of
he
that?
is. They don't have pictures. That's why I was trying to pursue the police report, because I can only assume, despite his grotesque appearance and what he looked like, that you would think from an evidentiary standpoint, the police would have snapped photos of him while he was in the hospital. Unfortunately, those records have long since disappeared. Again, if UFO researchers at the time would have done a better job, we might have been able to secure photographs. But unfortunately, we don't have those. Luckily, there was ample documentation in the form of newspaper articles referencing the police and referencing their investigation. And it's interesting, too, Michael, a week or so after the event, literally starting with the next day, you see a progression in the newspapers, and this was the local newspaper, of the description of what happened, and then each day his state of recovery over a period of days in the hospital until eventually he was discharged, which we have a newspaper article that describes him being discharged and being sent home. And so it's just nice to have some type of contemporaneous documentation like that, other than someone saying, 40 years ago this happened.
Yeah. And Chuck says, if you see one equals take cover. And
Well, it's funny. He'll appreciate the quote that I found. There was an article done about 3 or 4 years after the event. It was a retrospective article. And it was actually in the National Enquirer, believe it or not, of all places, which, they used to do some pretty decent UFO stories that were fact-based back then. And the caption or the quote in the title is, "I guess I just should have ducked."
yeah. Yeah. And Sol Brova says, were they exposed to non-ionizing radiation?
I don't think so. There was no indicator of any type of radiation poisoning. There was no nausea. There was no hair loss. Of course, that's hard to tell, though, because most of it was burned off, as I mentioned. But there was no nausea. And one of the most important questions, as I'm sure your audience can appreciate, when I finally realized this guy's still alive and he's willing to talk to me, my question was, did you have any residual health effects in the ensuing years and decades after this? And, other than being your typical, middle-aged, late-aged man, he had no unusual health conditions after this. You look at him, and I even said that during my interview. I was able to secure an on-camera interview with him, and I said, Charles, I said, looking at you today, one would never know that you were burned so severely. And he said, I don't have an explanation for it. He goes, they didn't have an explanation at the time for it. And he said, the only thing I can tell you is the strangest things are true. And I have to emphasize this. He and his family were not, under any circumstances, into UFOs in 1964. Again, they were a devout Pentecostal family. It was probably the furthest thing from their mindset. And years after this occurred, they never ascribed it to a quote unquote UFO, other than the fact it was unidentified. They harbored under the idea, or labored under the idea, that whatever this was, it must have been something military that went off course from White Sands or somewhere else. And he was just accidentally burned, and the government military never owned up to it. And I might add, he held that belief until I met with him a few years ago. And I then started doing subsequent research and found that there were approximately 20 other sightings of this UFO in Georgia within an 85-mile radius of one another that I pieced together from Blue Book files as well as newspaper accounts describing this black top-shaped object, more often than not belching fire. And as you asked earlier, Michael, how many other burn cases? There were 3 or 4 other ones in conjunction with that, not to the severity of Charles's burns, though. Simple sunburn or slight redness to the skin, but nothing as severe as what Charles experienced.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Of all these files that you've got coming from Chicago, are any of
Yeah.
them are any of them related to abductions at all, or is it strictly just sightings?
There are some abduction accounts. I've just scratched the surface, trying to find the time to actually go through these. I've just scratched the surface, and to be honest with you, I am, and this will be no surprise to you and your audience. I think I'm the first researcher to go through this exhaustive collection of case files with the express purpose of looking for historical triangular UFO reports. So that's kind of my focus as I'm going through them.
Hmm.
But no, there are abduction accounts. I haven't come across any, but in speaking with Kufos and Mark Rodiger, there are some abduction accounts that are in there. I don't know if they go back that far. I think you're going to find those probably in the later case files, the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. But who's to say what might not be floating around in 1953 or 1954 that I might come across?
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's almost kind of, I guess, frustrating that we're not all right there with you, looking at all these awesome files that you've probably got laying all around you. I would
Well, and
imagine it. I
again,
mean, there must.
the goal to have them here is so we can get them all digitized, and we understand that it's a restriction on time and money to try to travel out here to physically see them, and so that's really the impetus for this whole project, is to try to get these digitized so people can readily access all of these files at home. And my attitude has always been with the UFO subject, Michael, the more eyes, the more brains that we can apply to this mystery, the closer we're going to get to trying to solve it. And so the more that we can make these files accessible and the data accessible, it's just going to help budge the needle towards trying to find some semblance of answers.
Yeah, it's just fascinating. I could just imagine you sitting back and just taking a breath and just taking in all that you're seeing, right?
It's overwhelming. Before we started the show, Michael, you and I were talking one on one about, I already had quite an extensive collection. And then literally overnight or the next day, my collection doubled in size with regard to the raw case files. And what's interesting is when you acquire collections, sometimes there's a lot of redundant material. What's unique about this is I had about 15 to 16 filing cabinets of historical UFO materials, but these case files literally are unique. They're one of a kind. And so this wasn't redundant material. This was supplemental material to what I already had collected. And what's interesting is when you can correlate a case with a news clipping, with a Project Blue Book report, with maybe an excerpt from one of the UFO books from the 1950s, and you start to see patterns emerge, much like what I'm finding with these top-shaped objects in 1964.
Yeah. So let me ask you, you come across many where there's children?
Not many, but I can tell you, as I'm going through these files looking for triangular reports, now with the gentleman from Hobbs, New Mexico, that burn victim case, and now with this Gregory Wells case, that's the name of the witness from the other case from 1968. I definitely have my eyes open for any children associated with UFO sightings, more specifically injury cases, because I do have a lead that this Gregory Wells might still be alive. I've located him online. The age and the location matches pretty closely, the age and location where this happened. So this weekend, I plan on reaching out to him to see if he's willing to talk. Um, as your audience can appreciate, put yourself in my shoes. It's very awkward to call someone out of the blue and try to strike up a conversation, one, telling them you investigate UFOs. And by the way, are you that boy that was burned by a UFO back in the 1960s?
Yeah.
You don't know if they're going to laugh at you, if they're going to hang up, if they're going to yell at you, or if they're going to, be willing to talk about it. So it's with some trepidation that I always make those phone calls. But I have to share with your audience this, though, because this is something I don't traditionally do. When I found out that there were some audio recordings regarding the Hobbs, New Mexico case, I was at the time driving on business to a city in the Southwest, and I was listening to the recordings and decided I want to try to see if this witness is still alive from Hobbs, New Mexico from 1964. So I got to my hotel room in the city that I was in, and I start looking online. And after some work, dialing cell phone numbers that were listed for people by that name that were basically disconnected or wrong numbers, I found an address. To my surprise, the address was in the city in which I was staying overnight for business purposes. I looked again, even closer on the map, once I plugged the address into MapQuest, and I found out that the address was, in fact, only 3 miles from my hotel. So I just made an executive decision. I tried emailing the guy. The emails weren't valid. I tried calling the guy. The numbers weren't valid. I had a business appointment at a local hospital the next day, and which, by the way, was located halfway between my hotel and where this person supposedly lived. When I finished up there, I drove to the man's house, to the address that I had. And again, I usually don't do this in this day and age, but I knocked on the door.
Yeah, you're right there, right?
I'm right there. It's just like, this guy's going to slam the door in my face, but I can deal with that. I'm a big boy. I knocked on the door. Nobody answered. I knocked again. I could hear 2 really big dogs barking in the house. And then I start to walk away from the door, and I had a letter prepared in case no one was home to leave a letter with my contact information, in a letter expressing why I was leaving a letter there and that I was trying to find this individual. I bend down to put the envelope in the door between the screen door and the main door, and the door opens. And I'm suddenly startled by this very tall man standing there looking down at me. And I just simply said, I'm sorry. I said, I was going to leave this for you. I didn't know if anyone was home. And he goes, yeah. He goes, I'm sorry. I was taking a nap. I said, well, I didn't mean to wake you up. He goes, no, that's all right. And then I proceed to tell him that I investigate UFOs. I take it very seriously. I'm not a nutcase or a space cadet, but I'm just curious. Are you, in fact, Charles Davis, who was burned by an object in 1964? And the expression on his face, he kind of closed his eyes, dropped his head like, oh God, here we go again. And he goes, yeah, that's me. And I was blown away that I actually found this guy, and that I'm standing here talking to him decades later. Long story short, I found out that he owned a restaurant with his wife in the town where we were. And he said, are you familiar with the restaurant on the north end of town? And I said, yeah, actually I am. He goes, well, my wife and I own that. He goes, go down there, tell the waitresses that you're going to be meeting with me, get some pie and some coffee. And he goes, give me about 15 minutes and I'll join you down there. And I'm happy to say, Michael, that this was like the best case scenario. Not only did he sit and talk with me for an hour and a half, not only did I get to share the material that I had after I interviewed him, I wanted to get his information before I gave him the information that I had as part of the historical record. But I'm happy to say that he and I have actually become very good friends, that he appreciates the work I'm doing, the respect in which I'm approaching the case, and shedding light on the fact that he didn't realize there were all these other cases in the weeks following his incident. Decades later, I was able to share those new insights with him. And as I mentioned earlier, he labored under the idea that this was probably something military, but he goes, when you showed me the progression of other reports, and there were even cases, there was a case from France that Jacques Vallée writes about in his book that describes a very similar type of object it was in, I believe, 1957 in an area of France called Vinsour-Caramay. It was documented by French researchers at the time, and Jacques Vallée even stated it was one of the best documented cases from the 1950s in France because police and scientists were involved in investigating it. He said, he goes, with you presenting all that information and giving me more context, he goes, I'm now questioning, was it military? He goes, I don't know. Was it military? Maybe. Was it aliens? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Did he still have the scar?
There's no scars. That's what's amazing. He has no scars. His ears that were turned inside out and looked like ground hamburger in the newspaper accounts, and as reported by his grandmother, look perfectly normal. The whole time I was interviewing him, and every time, I'll be honest with you, I meet with him because we've met on several occasions now. I've gotten to know him and his wife very well, and they've gotten to know me and my wife very well. I look at him all the time and just like disbelief. It's just like, how could this guy have been burned so severely, yet there's no telltale signs? His lips are fine. The top of his head is fine, other than some male pattern balding with age. But that's one of the unusual characteristics. Not only that he was burned, but that he shows no signs of being burned, as one would expect. I mean, one would almost expect to have seen skin grafting as a result of what occurred.
Yeah. Huh, that's fascinating. You got to wonder, you hear a lot of stories about UFOs and their healing ability. You got to wonder if maybe they didn't zap something, they
You
helped
have
them,
you
maybe
have
they
to
helped them,
wonder.
right?
Yeah, I mean, it defies logic when you look at and you read the accounts. And again, if it was just him saying that this happened to me, I would probably take it with a grain of salt. But when the police were involved and the police are stating that he was severely burned, second degree burns is what they referenced in the newspaper articles, although the mother in 68 to Dr. James McDonald and grandmother stated it was second and third degree burns. Charles alludes to the fact that it was second and third degree burns. The fact that there's no signs, no scars, is just amazing to your point. And many people have asked, were there any burns around him? And I've actually gone on site where the event occurred. It's now there's a restaurant there. It used to be the family laundromat, which is where he was playing in the back lot. But I've been there, and now it's all asphalt behind the building. At the time, though, and for those that live in the Southwest or in the Southwest, at the time it was just a very hard clay. We call it caliche. It's like a natural concrete. And so there was no vegetation that could have been burned. And the police looked and noted that there was no indication of burns. And it's interesting, too, I mentioned the newspaper accounts and how the story evolved, documenting his recovery. It's interesting also when you read the newspaper accounts, because initially the police were highly skeptical of the fact that there was this anomalous object that burned this boy. And the initial accounts are talking about the fact they're investigating the area. They're looking for matches. They're trying to find any type of flammable that could have been used to maybe burn the boy. They even speculated, because he was in the back lot of the laundromat, maybe a piece of lint blew out from one of the exhaust vents and it caught on fire and hit his hair, which then caught on fire. But each subsequent day the newspaper came out, you see that they were basically having to discount and cross off all these explanations as their investigation continued. And I would love to have interviewed some of the police officers, if they were still alive from that time period, to see, so what did you finally rationalize? Because as I look at the newspaper accounts, you ruled out everything that was possible from a prosaic standpoint. So I have to wonder that they were probably left scratching their heads.
Yeah. I would be. I mean, goodness. Now, I guess getting back to the triangular UFOs, we had
Mm-hmm.
somebody asked a question in the report, in the research that you've done. Where's the most common area where these are, I guess, showing up? Is there a seem to be a trend?
Well, none that I can see specifically. However, I will say that the UK, in Wales, England, Scotland, they've had a rich, long history of triangular UFO reports. Certainly, we've had our fair share here in the United States, and Canada has had quite a number of reports. I was on the History Channel show Unidentified with Chris Mellon back in July of last year. And subsequent to that, I received just dozens, if not hundreds, of UFO reports from various individuals worldwide. A number of those came from Canada. But the UK has had a rich history. And what many people don't know, and I talk about this in my book, many people were first intrigued, as I was, with triangular UFOs based on the famous Belgian wave that started November 29th, 1989, outside the village of Yupon. And what's interesting about that, though, is predating that wave of sightings in the UK, starting in Wales in 1983, there was an impressive wave of triangular UFO sightings as documented in the British Ministry of Defense files, but also numerous newspaper accounts that I've uncovered. And not that it diminished in Wales, they still continue to have sightings. But then we started to see a trend in England proper of triangular UFO reports. and even down to the basically the southeast edge of England near the English Channel. And then it's almost as if they hopped the channel, which admittedly by air is not not a hard feat to do. It's not very far. And it's almost as if that activity then shifted from southeast England over into Belgium. And another interesting thing to note is that here in the United States, we had the Hudson Valley wave that was occurring in the early mid 1980s into the mid to late 1980s that kind of was occurring simultaneously. And then going back into the historical record, I was very intrigued to find a number of triangular UFO reports, well documented, again, in military files and newspaper accounts, specific to the month of November 1957. There was a sighting along the Illinois-Wisconsin border. There was another Illinois sighting on the same night of a triangular UFO described as being 200 feet in length. The lighting characteristics, very similar to what we have reported today. Within 24 hours of that, there was an air intelligence report in Project Blue Book files of a triangular UFO sighted in Sumatra, Indonesia. And then right around that same time, within a week or so, there was a sighting, actually several sightings of triangular UFOs in Denmark, which was described in the newspapers of the time as, quote, triangular spaceships, unquote.
Yeah, so it's not all just over Nevada or Colorado or New Mexico.
No, and it's hard pressed to find like one area where there's like intense activity. And again, triangular UFOs, Michael, are no different than other UFOs. We're trying to understand those patterns of behavior. We did have an intense wave, the first wave of triangular UFOs that were well documented in 1975, the first week or so in April of 1975 near Lumberton, North Carolina. And my friend Lee Spiegel has talked many times on various programs that he was sent down by Dr. J. Allen Hynek to go investigate those sightings. And Lee has told me both personally as well as on different shows that he was disappointed because he always wanted to see a classic flying saucer. And Hynek had to tell him, no, Lee, you don't understand. These people are describing triangular objects. And Lee said, I was disappointed. I always wanted to see a flying saucer. He goes down to Lumberton. The very first night he's there, he's in the police department talking to the police officers who were the primary witnesses, I might add, to these sightings. And as he's sitting in the police station the first night conducting his initial interviews, the police dispatcher gets a call that the triangle's back. So they hightail it into a number of squad cars, go back out to this field where the previous night they had seen this triangle. They're all standing outside their squad cars. And as they're standing there, they see this bright light over one of the tree lines. And slowly but surely, as they're watching it and talking, this light gets larger. And before they know it, there's this silent triangle floating directly over their heads. And suddenly a spotlight shines down on them from the triangle. And this has been recreated by an artist, and he did a really good job recreating this graphic image. And but it's one of those rare cases where Lee went down as an investigator, but he wound up being an experiencer in the sense that he was able to witness the UFO that he was just interviewing these police officers about what they saw the previous night. And so what's interesting about that is just feet away from where I'm sitting right now, I have Lee's original file and Hynek's original file on that case.
Anything interesting that we don't already know?
Well, they're not interesting, but just a little bit more detail. What's interesting is I have the original police reports where one of the officers, Officer Ron Thompson, who, by the way, is still alive and I've been in contact with, thanks to Lee. Ron is still around, and I plan on doing an interview. It's on my list of things to do. You can imagine my list of things to do with regard to UFOs. But Ron was really the central reporting center, if you will, for the police department at the time. And he was working at the behest of J. Allen Hynek. In fact, Ron remarked to me that a funny story that he was in school at the time, I believe it was college, his early years in college, and he had a final that he needed to take. and Hynek really needed him to help him investigate these sightings and help Lee on the investigation. And Ron informed me that Hynek asked if he could get the contact information for his professor. And as the story goes, according to Ron and Lee, Hynek contacted his professor and stated that he was working on behalf of J. Allen Hynek to investigate these sightings, and basically got Ron out of having to take his final exam so he could continue to focus on collecting these reports for Dr. Hynek. And that's just one of those crazy stories you don't often hear about associated with Dr. Hynek.
Yeah, it must be great to have the original police reports and everything to look over. Is it the original or is it copied?
No, it's the original.
Wow.
It's the original police reports. And and I hope to, like I said, to interview Ron at length just to kind of supplement that. And but many of these police officers had these silent triangular objects floating overhead. And again, very eerily similar to the modern day reports that we have, slightly different lighting characteristics, but contrary to popular opinion, there are variations in the lighting patterns of these triangles. Although, the characteristic one is the points of light at each point with a red light in the center. But many of the reports that I have no lights. They're completely dark. And the only way the witness could see it was it happened to be like a full moon or the stars were out and they could just simply see the sky being blotted out by this black triangle that was silently floating overhead.
Is there any correlation between the amount of sightings that are out there with the full moon? Like, has anybody ever done research to find out okay, well, these days, like when the full moon was?
I think there's been some early research on that with regard to UFOs in general, but I don't think specific to triangles. Someone who has done exhaustive statistical work, though I might add, is Cheryl Costa. I'd love to give her a shout out because she is one that is truly sifting through the data specifically to look for those types of patterns, Michael. And I commend her for her work. I have to be honest with you and your audience. Statistics was the worst class I ever took in college. I hated statistics. So my hat is off to her for taking on that work because I would not want to have to engage in that activity.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of lines and graphs, right?
I hated statistics.
It doesn't sound like it's fun at all. My wife took it, and I guess she got an A+ in it, but goodness sakes.
Yeah, and my hat's off to Dr. Mark Rodiger. He's a professional statistician. That's one of his degrees is in statistics. So I'm always just in awe that someone can focus so heavily on statistics like that, which obviously is much needed in science. But I will leave that to someone else.
It is, right? It's the little things that if we can keep track of some of the little things, might answer a lot of questions. Now, we do have quite a few people in here, and I just want to let everybody know that if you have a question for David, just put it in the chat box. I can see him here. And Jill or Gil, no name, says, do you think the triangular ships are time-traveling vehicles?
That's a really great hypothesis. I've had a number of people that are leaning towards that explanation. I think if you go back to my similar statements earlier statements, where you look at the pattern of reporting and these triangles with minor variations here and there, as I mentioned, they are very similar from the 40s and the 50s as to what's being reported today. And many people have speculated, well, if they're all originating from the same point in time, regardless of when we're seeing it, they're originating from the same time. I said earlier, it's a hypothesis that I don't think we can rule out in absence of additional information. And I think it makes sense. To me, there's logic there. It also really argues against those conventional skeptical arguments that we hear about that, well, the vast distances of the stars and the energy requirements and it's an exponential need for energy, because the mass increases as the, speed of the craft reaches the point of light. We get into all the speculation about the, what we call the extraterrestrial hypothesis. Well, this negates a lot of those arguments if, in fact, time travel is a reality and if, in fact, it's been perfected by someone else or someone from our future. So I don't. It's not that I accept these explanations, but I can't rule them out. I just don't think we can arbitrarily discount any explanation at this point.
Yeah, and I think we had a guest on not too long ago that we were talking about time travel, and it's not just you're moving back and forth in time. You actually have to go to where the Earth was at that time. So
That's a good point.
if I'm
I
here,
hadn't even thought about that.
yeah, if I'm here on Earth, I can't just go back in time and I'm still here on Earth. I'd be sitting out in space because Earth would be nowhere near where I was. I'd have to actually travel back to where the Earth actually was at that time as well.
Absolutely, and even with respect to where the Earth is and its solar rotation, I mean,
Yeah.
the Earth is rotating. If I travel in time 12 hours ago, with the rotation of the Earth, where am I going to be?
Yeah, you'd be nowhere near the Earth. The Earth would be all the way, on the, like if you went back a half a year,
Right.
the Earth would be completely on the other side of the sun,
Yeah, absolutely.
and
So I'd
you would
never really
just,
stopped to think about that.
yeah,
It's a great point you bring up, Michael.
you would just be standing there like, oh, okay, where the hell's the Earth?
I hope I'm never in that predicament.
So there's, I mean, when you think about it, and nobody ever really does think about that, and not only
Yeah.
is the Earth moving, but the sun's moving, the whole galaxy is moving, the universe is moving. I mean, nobody knows where we'd be.
No, and these are your audience really puts forth some great questions and ideas, and it's great to entertain these possible explanations. But coming back to what we were talking about earlier, with these thousands of case files that I now have here, and that we hopefully will be able to get digitized in the next 2 to 3 years, and make widely available, whatever hypothesis, whatever potential explanation that we're entertaining, it has to be backed up by the data. And this is the data to help back those ideas up.
Yeah. I just never looked at time travel in that way, I suppose.
No,
Yeah,
I'd never thought about that aspect of it before.
yeah, but it makes perfect sense, right? I mean, it's just
Yeah,
physics.
we don't live in a static universe by any means.
Yeah. Now Diggins says he saw a triangular craft once, and the one I seen gave me crippling anxiety and panic. It's how you would imagine seeing a tornado up close and the fear it would cause. Have you
I'm glad. Yeah.
have you
Uh,
gotten? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I'm glad he brought that up, because I'm going to basically, trash myself here by saying, I've mentioned this in lectures before. Sometimes I feel that we, as historians, UFO researchers and historians, we talk about place, person, event, and sometimes it's devoid of the emotional impact that these sightings have on individuals. So I'm glad he brought that up. And these triangular UFO reports, unlike a lot of UFO sightings, where they're distant lights in the sky, they leave an indelible impression on these witnesses. I've had witnesses that I've interviewed, and I'd like to think that in 30 years of investigating UFOs, I've become rather good at interviewing. As I've interviewed witnesses, sometimes individuals, sometimes couples that had a shared experience, it's not what they say, but it's the body language, the agitation. As we go past the pleasantries, the introductions, they're relaxed, and then we start going back to the event. And you see the apprehension, you see them swallowing more quickly, you see the respiration change. I've seen interviewing witnesses, goosebumps suddenly just sweep across their arm as they start describing when this object was so close to them. So I appreciate that comment and sharing that sighting and that reaction, because I don't think, like I said, myself and others, we sometimes, I think, lose sight of the fact, and we don't convey properly how impactful these experiences are on a personal level.
Are they all the same size, or do they
No,
vary in size?
no. Now, let's be honest. Let's take a step back. UFO witnesses can be, very inaccurate in trying to gauge distance and gauging size of an object. We do have some smaller triangular UFOs that have been reported, and I wrestle with the fact: is that tied to these 200 to 300 foot triangles, much like we were talking about, Michael, earlier with the Phoenix Lights? Is it just the same object, same technology on a larger scale, or in this case, a smaller scale? I don't know. Many people have brought up, and I mentioned in my book briefly, in the famous Bendwaters incident, that was a triangular object that was sighted, near the forest floor. And so can we arbitrarily look at all triangles and say they're all the same? They should be in the same category. I just don't know. But the vast majority, like I said, are on average between 200 to 300 feet in length. And in some cases, we have pretty good estimates that that's accurate, based on trees, based on objects in the foreground and background, where the investigators at the time were able to judge, fairly, with a fair degree of certainty, that the witness was fairly accurate in what they described.
These new menu items at Panera are perfect 10s. They're also each under $10.
Right.
Yeah, and Andrew Lee says, "Wow, is it for real?" Question mark. And Jeff Deo says, "They are angels, chariots / Bible."
There's another.
Yeah.
We talked about that earlier. Angels, demons. That's another possible explanation. Again, that's a great, belief or idea to have, but does the data support that? That's where whatever hypothesis we're going to entertain, we have to ask ourselves, does the data lead us to that conclusion? And I don't say what these things are, other than the fact I don't think they're all military, again, as I argued with the historical record. But what are they? As I've often stated, I have lots of data. Data doesn't necessarily equate to answers, but I'm trying to collect the data to kind of collate the information, and in the hopes that we can, one day make complete sense out of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, it seems like you got a lot of work to do.
Well, and I'd like to mention too, Michael, it's devoid of conspiracy theories. It's devoid of my personal beliefs. I don't care what they are. I'm of the firm conviction that they are. But I think now the question is, what are they? And to me, the best way beyond personal experience, which I do not have, I've not seen one. I would love to see one, as I'm sure you and your audience can imagine. Beyond seeing one, beyond firsthand experience, I think the best next step is sifting through the decades worth of thousands of case files that we have and trying to find patterns, correlations. Those, to me, are going to give us our best insights, regardless of belief. Follow the data where it leads.
And Stargazer 46 says, have you ever heard a craft that makes a noise like a giant shop vacuum, but it has no visible propulsion, and from wingtip to wingtip over 100 yards easy?
Yes, there are a number of, as I alluded to earlier, Michael, there's some that they don't describe any lights. There's some that aren't silent. There is a small, and I put this under secondary characteristics in my book, because they just, again, the data can't be ignored. You got to report the data as it is. Most of them are silent or near silent, but there have been some that have had very unusual descriptions, like a vacuum cleaner. I have heard that. One was described in APRO files as it sounded like rushing water. It made the sound of rushing water. Others have described it as making a buzzing or a humming sound like a transformer, electrical transformer. Some have even been reported, some of the earlier ones, as having a roar, not a jet roar. They were very clear in stating it wasn't like a jet, but it made a roaring sound. And then, we have others describing it differently. One was even described, this was one of the more bizarre, this was during the 1966 wave of sightings near, I think it's Wanakee is how you pronounce it, or Wanacue, pardon me for those from New Jersey. But they described a triangle being seen that made a shrieking sound of all descriptions. So very unusual. An interesting thing, though, one thing we don't have reported, I don't have one of these on record yet. We have these objects apparently moving at supersonic speed, but they don't generate a sonic boom.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I wonder why that is.
And that was a correlation I found with the Belgian wave, where the object was tracked on radar exceeding the sound barrier, but witnesses on the ground did not describe a sonic boom. Also, in the January 5th Southern Illinois case that I personally investigated for MUFON at the time, where multiple police officers and civilians saw this triangular UFO, it was over one police officer 1 minute. It suddenly did this hyper acceleration and was several miles to the southwest, where this other officer then saw it. We have the time index on the St. Clair County dispatch tapes, which we have. we have the eyewitness testimony, we were able to calculate that this object clearly exceeded the sound barrier, jumping from point A to point B, but there was no sonic boom.
Oh, that's interesting. So Adonai says, want to hear back from guest after he interviews some more victims and abductees. So we're going to have to get you back on again. And,
yeah, I'm always doing investigations. I don't, unfortunately, I don't do this for a living, as Michael and I were talking about before we came on air. But, I try to do as much as I can with the limited free time I have. And I've got, as you can imagine, a laundry list of to-dos in addition to going through all these files here. And but I do try to I am going to try to track down this Gregory Wells, this burn victim from this case from '68. And then I will be following up with hopefully Buford Parham's daughter and getting some additional insights into that case as well.
You'll have to send me out a message when you get some of these people,
absolutely,
people on record, and we'll get you back on again. Now,
I'd be happy to, Michael. And that's these cases. It's almost like a cold criminal case. You can never really close it because you never know what new information may come to light. And with the tools and technology we have today, such as the internet, being able to track people down, it's much easier than it was, 20 or 30, 40 years ago.
All right. J-Flow says, I had one about 75 feet above my house, said it was Zeta or Zeta, talked telepathically. There was a golden light can on the bottom, all windows, golden light cab. My triangle had a low hum and a big light on each corner. Hum, 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 says. Says it was friendly, but they announced themselves. I'm reading here.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that developed into an abduction experience or if it was just telepathic communication, but I'm glad he brought that up. My book, I've often been asked, you don't have any abduction accounts in your book. When I wrote my book, it was based primarily on historical records, military records, newspaper accounts. Admittedly, in the 40s, 50s, and really into the 60s until the Betty Barney Hill case, people weren't talking about abduction. So you're not going to really see that in the newspapers of the time or even in the military reports from the time. But that being said, I have had people that claim to have had telepathic contact with, for lack of a better term, the occupants of the object. And there have been, I wouldn't say a large number, but a handful of people that have reported abduction experiences in association with triangles. So, that's an avenue that I would welcome someone to maybe explore. I certainly can't do it all, but if there's someone interested in abductions and interested in triangles, that's really an avenue that has not really been explored fully.
Yeah, I'm getting some interesting comments here again about the anxiety. Do you think that they're causing anxiety simply because they're not the usual UFO that people would see, and maybe when they're seeing these triangles, they're absolutely, just by seeing them, they're absolutely knowing that it's something from another world, and they're immediately wrought with panic? Or do you think that it's some kind of energy that the vehicle is protruding from it that's causing it?
No, great question. I loved how you phrased it because I would say see all the above. I think you touched on that. The fact that these triangles more often than not are seen extremely low altitude and there's, very close proximity to these objects. To your point, Michael, it's quite possible that anxiety is a byproduct of either being exposed to microwave energy or some other type of energy that we're not familiar with that could be eliciting or causing this physiological and or psychological reaction. But also, I've had witnesses tell me that, it was so unsettling to see something that big, that low, that was silent. Number of witnesses have told me in interviewing them, it was like I was looking at this object and I was just waiting for it to fall out of the sky. Because when I see something big like that in the air, it makes some type of noise. And the fact it was just sitting stone cold silent and just hovering there, I felt like at any moment it was just going to drop out of the sky. So I think you hit on all the salient points as far as what could possibly be going on there. And it might be a combination, right? It might be a physiological byproduct of getting close to the energy that could be emanating from these objects, in conjunction with the sheer just psychological impact, the shock and awe of suddenly seeing a giant triangle over your head.
Yeah, J Flow says it was about as big as two houses going about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, yeah, and that speed estimate, that's pretty good. Most witnesses stated it was moving so slow that I could walk and keep up with it. In fact, during the famous Hudson Valley wave, a number of witnesses stated that same thing, that I could walk down the sidewalk and keep up with this thing. It wasn't making any attempt to just fly away.
Yeah, it's fascinating that something could go that slow and just not fall. I mean, it almost seemed like it had some kind of anti-gravity, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
for lack of a better term, I mean, clearly there's some other type of propulsion technology being employed. Now, some of the naysayers out there say, well, these people are just seeing triangular blimps. And, I can concede that if you see a low hovering, slow moving object, yeah, it could be a blimp. But again, you got to look at the totality of information. The police officer on January 5th outside Lebanon, Illinois, saw this triangle moving slowly, then stops and hovers, then pivots, but then it rapidly accelerates, literally in the blink of an eye, and is now several miles to the southwest. Blimps don't have the rigid airframe to sustain that type of G-force. So, you could say triangular blimps explain some of these reports, but certainly not all.
yeah. And it wouldn't explain the hum either, I wouldn't think.
Unless they're hearing the propeller, the motors from the blimp, and it's perceived as a hum. But it's the hyperacceleration, from a dead stop. Or conversely, Michael, people state that they're standing there, they don't see anything, and then suddenly this triangle zips into view and then stops on a dime. So, I know of no blimp that can physically do that.
Yeah. And Copper Brown says he saw one when he was out with his friends, I guess at the barn. It almost looked like a tour ship. They were spectating us.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm having flashbacks to a sketch that I was provided by a retired police officer in the UK. He and his wife late one night were coming back through the Midlands of the UK. And as they were driving late at night, and he goes, as if it wasn't eerie enough, there was fog. And he said, my wife is asleep and I'm driving. And I suddenly saw this triangular object break through the fog over the highway in front of us. And he described large picture windows that were illuminated from the inside, shining out. And much like your audience member just described, he said, I could see figures. And he admitted, and I've interviewed this gentleman several times, he's as rock solid as any witness could be, and a seasoned retired police officer. He said, David, I'm not saying they were aliens. I'm not saying they were human. All I can tell you was there was a humanoid, for lack of a better term, in that window that apparently was looking out, and a number of others that were moving about. I could see the silhouette of a head, shoulders, arms, torso, legs. I don't know if it was alien. I don't know if it was human, but I can only tell you what I observed.
Yeah, it's like it's the Elon Musk of the other universe, and he's giving. He's
Exactly.
Here. Let's take a tour of Earth, shall we? For
Exactly.
$50,000, we'll take you off our planet and and show you Earth for a little while.
And many of the triangular reports describe these long, elongated, almost like picture windows on the side, which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. And Lowman says, I wouldn't be surprised if they come to Earth to recharge their batteries or whatever they use. Wouldn't be surprised if they used Earth's magnetic field to charge. Maybe explains the slow speed. What do you think about that?
Well, it's again a possibility. I would like to think that an advanced culture, if that's in fact what we're dealing with here, which I think that's a foregone conclusion. Again, what technology and where from? But if they're an advanced technology, I'd like to think they have a little bit more greener energy than we do, as opposed to fossil fuels.
Yeah, and Quantum Vortex says, yes, UFOs, TR-3Bs, and Cs are real. Some are property we own, and some are off-world devices. Most of what is witnessed is ours. So I guess there's no telling, right?
Well, I mean, it's a great statement, but I'd love to see what he can back up as far as facts, just to support that statement. Again, I respect everyone's opinion, but if you're going to make a statement like that, you need to back it up with something. And I'm not ready to say definitively it's this or it's that, or the vast majority or this or that. just because I just don't have enough conclusive evidence to point in either direction.
Yeah, I guess they're going on the chat about Elon Musk and turning using 10,000 nuclear bombs. He can turn Mars into a habitable planet. I guess I don't really know anything about that. But
That's outside the scope of my research.
yeah, somebody else says that it's our future selves just coming back to observe their ancestors. That goes into the whole spectator thing. Maybe it's a field trip from the year 2440 or something.
Yeah. Again, we just don't know. It's interesting to.
Are you still interested in a solar powered generator? Because pay special attention, because I'm going to do something that until
speculate, right? And it's certainly, I would argue, it's just a viable hypothesis as the extraterrestrial or any of the other. And it's a tantalizing one. I mean, to me, it provides hope that we actually do survive as a species. we do get past COVID. We do get past nuclear warfare. We do get past a lot of these issues that we're dealing with on the planet in this century. But yeah, time travel from the future is definitely one that inspires us with hope because we did survive.
All right. Mr. Duffy's got a story here. He said, I had an experience the night of my grandfather's funeral, and I believe it was them coming to check on me, maybe with him in the craft, who knows. It was like the X-Files, lights coming through the window, and the only reason I did not look through the blinds is because I have heard of crafts with windows and was fearful they might see me. And then he says, it was like the X-Files. Okay, all right, there we go. Then when I thought that there was a tingle on the top of my head and I felt that they were reading my mind, I started getting very nervous and I said I would kill any gray aliens that appeared. I think it was probably human aliens, and I was getting scared of the grays, but my brother had been abducted as a child, so who knows who it was. It went away when I became strong. So
Well,
that's pretty interesting, right?
it's interesting, and I appreciate how candid he is in expressing fear. A lot of people, they don't want to express the fact that they were scared or that they felt trepidations. And so, I appreciate you being honest and expressing the fear and the concern that you had at the time. And I wouldn't say that fear is unwarranted. Again, we don't know what we're dealing with potentially here. And, what people sometimes describe all these UFOs as peace-loving space brothers. Well, I've got a gentleman that is now in his 60s that was burned when he was 8 years old by one of these mysterious objects, not a triangle, but a UFO. And he might beg to differ. He might take a slightly different take on that.
Yeah. So what do you think about the whole World War II and Germany aspect of this as far as, I guess, what they were working on? Is it possible that, I mean, we get into this whole Antarctica thing with them where, we had Admiral Byrd go up there. Did we unleash something with Germany going there and then Admiral Byrd going there? And then, I mean, we had the LA thing soon afterwards, right? The battle in LA.
I've investigated that case thoroughly. I've always been extremely skeptical of the Nazi connection with regard to UFOs. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. I've been fascinated for years, even before UFO research, in German aviation technology and studying credible sources of information. It just does not lend to the fact that they had these exotic flying saucers. They did have exotic technology. That's certainly true. The ME-262, the Comet, many of these jet aircraft that they devised, the Horton Flying Wing. But going through official documents and official aviation historian information, they had great technology, but nothing that, some people have made cottage industries of promoting this and writing multiple books on the subject. There was one researcher I even listened to a lecture, and it was literally a house of cards that he had put together in describing how the Nazis did this and the Nazis did that, but there was no supportive evidence. Again, where's the data? Yeah. And the documents I've seen are spurious at best. They don't have an official provenance. most mainstream aviation authorities are going to laugh if you talk about Nazi flying saucers. And I don't mean to offend people. I know that many people have very strong convictions on this point. But my attitude is, if they had this technology that was so far advanced, then why aren't we all speaking German?
Yeah, right. Well, David, I guess we're about out of time. Do you want to tell everyone where they could find you?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Michael. My website is www.davidmarler, MARLER, UFO.com. And I have some information on there, some links, and hopefully would like to get a lot more of my research uploaded on there. But again, I've got a lot of files. I just don't have a lot of time. So I need about 20 research assistants to help me with this effort. But like I said, later this year, we'll have Jan Aldridge, Barry Greenwood out here and look to do some great work. And, perhaps, Michael, we can even do a show when they're both out here and we could all be sitting around the microphone together.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'll take that one live too. I'm sure everybody in the chat room absolutely love it.
Absolutely.
All right. So we want to thank you again very much for coming on. And I just want to let everybody know that you can always find us on www.conflictradio.net. Remember to follow us on Apple iTunes. You can find us on Spreaker or all your normal podcast catchers. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and all the normal social media. Just search for Conflict Radio, and we are there. TK422, thank you. Awesome show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Remember, batten down the hatches and be safe. All right, guys. So I guess I'm back here. Let's see if I could flip this over to our picture. Oh, let's see. All right, guys. It's playing a commercial in my ear, so I got to shut that off. How's everybody doing? I guess people are chilling out. There's quite a few people in here. We're going to just go right into the next episode. And let's check this out. Let's see who's all here. Dr. Strangelove is still here. New Insight still here. Eric Avanishin is still here. Forever Conscious Research Channel is here. Thirsty is here. There's a few people here. Armac. I see some of you guys. James Jackson. All right. There's some guys in here. Chilling out. Probably maybe going to sleep. Anyway, this one was kind of fun. This was the one where we had a cancellation and just did open lines. And Travis Walton called into the show. You guys remember that? That was fun, wasn't it? Let's listen to that one. I guess I gotta hit the share screen. All right.
Aircraft that were
Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Greetings, and how is everybody doing today? Is August 1st, 2021. It is 10 o'clock, and we're already an hour late with the show tonight, but apparently there's not going to be a show tonight, as we were going to have Mike Rogers on tonight, but he seems to have disappeared and is nowhere around. But I did want to come on and say hi to everybody. Been patiently waiting in the chat room, I suppose, for the show to begin. Let's see. Antonio, how you doing? Game Vet, Thomas McCaff, Pablo Zalugja, the Happy Plague Doctor's here. Chuck Bam. Let's see. Antonio, I said you already. Mr. Fox, how you doing? I saw Blue Chicken in here. Man, you guys have been troopers just in here chatting away for quite a while. Akram Musa. See, Mr. Fox, I probably said you already. Going back, wow, you guys have really kind of hung around, and good for you. Anybody else here? Who's here? Dark Hour Paranormal is here. How you doing, Dark Hour? Mike was abducted. Mario Arias says, Jay Johnson, okay, I'm gonna disappear too. Hey, I don't blame you, man. I guess I don't know what to say here. we had a show scheduled, and I hope everything's okay. Hopefully everything's all right. I don't know. Chuck Bam says, what really happened with Mike Heston Rogers? Well, I don't know. Maybe he might have fallen asleep. I mean, it's an old guy, I suppose. So I guess I'll come in here for a little bit and give you guys some open lines. If anybody wants to call, I suppose we can do that. There's the number right there on your screen. Let's see if I can move that around a little bit. Yeah, that's right about there. All right. At least you came on and said hello. Yeah, well, I got to come on and say hello. It got 20-something people in here. Hi, guys. Conflict, is your sound low or is it my phone? It might be me. Here, let me crank up a little bit. How's that? Is that a little better? I didn't, I've been, honestly, guys, I've been all day. I've messaged probably 20, 30 friends of mine in the UFO field and asking them, if you had one question to ask, what would it be? And I've got a pile of questions just from a whole bunch of other people in this field that we were going to ask. We were going to talk about this, and it's just a complete no-show. I don't know. I mean, we could try again here. I mean, it's just not happening. I've sent him messages and trying to reach on Skype, and I'm not getting nothing. So, like I said, hopefully everything is okay. I see I sent him messages on Facebook as well, and he hasn't even looked at them. So, I mean, I don't know what to do. So I guess we'll just come on here. I'll try to get him rescheduled, or find out what happened or something. And I hate it because I spent all day researching this, going over all of this, all of this info that's been coming out, all of these recordings and everything else that's been going on. You've been watching the Goof On. I've watched the Fade to Black show. I've watched these other shows, where they had this producer on. I guess they had Mike on for a couple hours, and then they had this movie maker guy, documentary maker or whatever on after. Heard a lot of different stories about what's been said, what's not been said. So let me just move this over here so you guys can see. I mean, have you seen this thing with the watchtower? I mean, this is interesting. I mean, I guess I don't want to give too much away because I really want to get him on the show. So I don't want to talk or say too much about the case, I suppose, because if I have him on in the future, somebody's calling me here. Let's see who this is. Conflict Radio, you're on the air. How you doing?
All right.
Who's
Travis
calling?
Walton.
Travis Walton?
Yeah, that's me. I thought I'd since Mike didn't show, I didn't want him to be saying that I had stolen his show or something, but I kind of felt sorry for you guys being left hanging like that. It's not like him. He loves the limelight.
Well, have you heard anything from him?
No, we don't communicate.
Yeah.
First thing this morning, he sent me some really angry thing. I can't remember what it was, but it was nonsense. That happens. But his mental state is kind of that way these days.
Really?
I think it's unfortunate that this Lion Ryan supposed movie maker guy has chosen to take advantage of Mike's deteriorating mental condition. I had a long call with him and quite a bit of an exchange there where he thoroughly agreed with me that Mike was delusional, but then he turns around and picks and chooses which delusions he's going to consider to be real and which ones he's going to dismiss as, yeah, you're right about that. So it's kind of a sad story, and back in the day, Mike was a very serious person, and the case was attacked by debunker Philip Glass, and he did a fantastic job. He pushed back on that and basically hung Philip Glass out to dry because of all of the baseless kinds of things he used to attack this incident.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling in to the show. My wife and I, it wasn't too long ago, we sat down and watched this movie, Fire in the Sky. I tried to watch it with my daughter, but I guess she's not interested in, because it's an older type movie. Could you tell us your story a little bit and try to maybe get into your story from your point of view?
Well, I think Mike, even today, would acknowledge this really happened. This is not some story that somebody made up. This is the supposed filmmaker claiming that he had a confession from Mike, and that's not at all the case.
Well, we've heard the recording, haven't we?
Well, what sounds like something like that. You got to understand, Mike's had 2 strokes. He's at 7,000 feet, trying to walk across the ground there. He has to stop and lean on his cane every 10 or 15 feet, and he's straining to maintain consciousness. And this little conversation that's supposedly going on is quite leading. You really think that Mike Rogers, who stalwartly, strongly defended this case for 45 years, is suddenly going to go, oh yeah, I guess I kind of remember setting my saw down and we were talking about was it a hoax there? Oh yeah, that's what it was. Oh come on, get real. Do you really think this is a serious thing? Okay, well, there's plenty of evidence that this supposed filmmaker is not.
Yeah, well, the funny thing,
no resume, no track record. He never made a film. There's all kinds of accusations that this is a black ops thing. He makes fun of it. Lion Ryan says, "Oh yeah, black helicopters." But it is kind of strange that he lives in an RV. He doesn't have any residence, and the things that he's laid out online have been where he's constantly referring to unnamed sources, people who have to remain anonymous, and key points in his whole scenario are by people who can't come forward. He's even claiming that there was a 7th person. Now, you had a great picture there on the screen here a few minutes ago of the Gentry Tower.
Yeah, the watchtower.
Does anybody think that looks like a glowing disc? That is utterly ridiculous. It's preposterous.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. It just doesn't. I just don't see how. I mean, the whole basis of trying to say that it was a hoax was that you fooled the other people that were in the truck, and I just don't understand how the other people in the truck could be fooled by seeing a tower, a lit up tower that they've probably seen 1,000 times before, right?
Well, we never drove by that. Our way to work didn't pass there. They didn't pass that way that night. This is all fiction. There was. I've never been to Gentry Tower to this day. And here's another thing. It was manned until 5 or so that evening. There were people there, and they're just gonna leave quickly or something. I mean, this is ridiculous. There's just no resemblance to the picture that's on the screen there and what we saw. I mean, everybody described vividly the same thing, and it's nothing like this Gentry Tower nonsense. So,
Yeah, the whole, and then the whole idea that they had a blue spotlight in it, because some of these towers had spotlights in them with different colored lenses that you could change, and so they put a blue spotlight in there.
who said that was true? Their job is to spot fires, and with the equipment they have, identify the location of where the fire is, and the idea being to get crews there to put it out before it can spread. I mean, they had actually come and got our crew a time or two to come and fight forest fire because we're experienced sawyers. We have the equipment. We're right there, and so we went and put these things out. Or there was another one where we were doing a fire line, and our job was to cut down all the dead trees so that to limit the top out, meaning the fire that climbs up like a dead tree or something. Won't get up into the upper story of the forest, and once the wind catches at it, it helps the forest fire move faster. But normally you wouldn't want to cut those tall dead trees, full-size trees, because they're homes for animals. You got squirrel holes and woodpecker holes and all kinds of it's a part of nature. But in the case where you got a fire coming, the choice is the compromise. We're going to have to knock down a few bird nests, I guess, to save the whole forest.
Yeah. All right. And there's also, I guess that some of I don't want you to think that I'm attacking you. I'm really not. I'm mostly curious because 1975 I was born, and let me quickly ask you: is there any way you could turn down the show in the background?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Like it's echoing weird.
Yeah, that is bad feedback. I don't want you to think that I'm attacking you. Yeah, there we go.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. So they're saying that you were like, it's possible that you could have been up inside this fire tower for like 5 days until you climbed down and then walked down into town. I just don't see that's possible.
That's preposterous. The crew that was on duty that day would have come back the next day and each day after.
Yeah.
They're not going to notice somebody sleeping in the corner or something. That's absurd.
Well, they're saying you were up there, I guess, with some girl. I forget what her name was.
That's news to me, but I haven't really followed this because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
A year ago, I did speak, not a whole lot, but just a little bit with this guy, him pitching the idea that he wanted to make a documentary. Now he's changed it and is claiming that we were discussing a remake of Fire in the Sky, a full feature theatrical movie. Baloney. I've turned down 3 or 4 people that say, oh, we could do that. I've been interested in a remake, but this guy obviously wasn't capable of it. And I told him at the time, this Gentry Tower stuff, just, never mind. We got nothing more to talk about. That was a year ago.
Yeah. So why don't you tell us, let's talk about what happened then. I mean, what were you thinking that you like got out of the truck and like walked towards this thing? Like, I don't know if I would have been able to do that.
No, well, I shouldn't have. It was definitely a very bad mistake, and it was kind of like on impulse. It wasn't mind control. I really don't think that. Had a little back and forth with Steve about that issue. He was saying, well, when people ask him, why didn't you get out of the truck? He goes, well, because, I had stronger mind control. Travis was weaker and he gave in to their telepathic suggestions. And I just jokingly said, well, Steve, actually, it was the other way around.
Yeah.
They were telling you to stay in the truck, and my mind was strong enough to resist that influence. But I really think it was just kind of a spontaneous showing off at the moment. Oh, plus I thought it was leave before I, got 10 feet. quite often we would see a bear or a mountain lion or some animal you rarely glimpse in the woods. And, if you say, hey, guys, look, they're lucky if they even see it. So it's going to be gone before you can count to three. And that was kind of what I was thinking.
All right. So you get hit. Do you remember getting hit by the light?
No, I just felt a stunning, like I'd been hit by a truck. If you've ever been like tackled or something where you didn't see it coming. It was a stunning kind of force, but not, I didn't see the flash at the same time. Now, in the movie, it makes it look like this beam came on, held the actor for a while, and then kind of tossed him back. But from a filmmaking standpoint, I can kind of understand that even like the guys in the truck, when it happened, there was one or two that was looking in a different direction right at the split second. So it was instantaneous. It blasted. It was compared to a bolt of lightning or a laser beam or something of that sort. But the movie needed to kind of drag it out a little bit so that the audience wouldn't miss it if they glanced away or something.
Yeah. You know how they have to. I guess they have to dramatize everything in the movie theater, right?
Yeah, but the idea was, well, was there any burn marks on my clothing? No. My brother actually had the presence of mind to say, let's gather this clothing up, put it in this clean trash bag, seal it up for forensic analysis. But there wasn't any sign of burns on it or anything like that. The sack got thrown in the back of the truck, and dealing with the harassment and incredible intensity of the media and all this, the bag got torn open and it was contaminated. So the forensic idea was dropped.
Yeah. All right. So do you have any memories now? Like do you recall most of what happened to you now?
Yeah, it was, the most terrifying experience of my life. And, it's nothing I
mean,
celebrate.
Was it like the movie then, or?
It was horrifying. And, the movie did play the invading monsters interpretation, because that's how even how it seemed to me at the time. But it was just over a matter of years that I gradually came to reinterpret what happened, that it wouldn't have made sense that they would fire some kind of beam or intent to capture me. I don't think I was under mind control when I went close. I think, as a matter of fact, there's a theory I came up with years later, that perhaps it was an accident, even as far as a discharge is concerned. When it started to move and suddenly got louder, I just jumped for cover kind of instinctively. But this was down and forward behind a log that was sticking up. And they were screaming, get out of here, let's go. And I didn't need to be told. I stood up to run back to the truck, and as soon as my upper body closed that distance, that's when that blast of energy occurred. So if there was some sort of a field there that was building up, and I closed the gap, if you walk across the carpet in the winter and then you touch a metal object with your finger and a spark jumps, that kind of a discharge, or perhaps something else that came up later. That area, Mogollon Rim, has the second highest frequency of lightning strikes of any place in the continental United States. Boy, I tell you, we're in the middle of monsoon season right now, and boy, the thunder and lightning outside my window here is deafening.
Oh, right now?
But yeah, right. Well, about a half an hour ago, it was really
Oh
coming
God,
down.
I love a good thunderstorm.
Every afternoon, we get these. You start the morning, a nice blue sky, sunny and everything, and then afternoon, boom, this incredible light show in the sky. It's amazing.
All right.
Anyway, the high frequency of lightning strike, you can walk down that rim road there, and if you're looking at a tree that's been hit by lightning, you're within sight of the next one. That's how common this is. When lightning hits the tree, you can see this strip about maybe 2.5 inches wide down the tree, where the sap has been suddenly turned to steam, and it just explodes and blows out the side of the tree. There was a time or two where we, on our way to work, found a tree that was still in flames, that had actually caught fire from the lightning storm the night before, and we stopped and put the fire out. But so if there was some kind of spontaneous discharge into the craft, I might have been a grounding post there that accidentally picked up the excess. And so this is just all leading up to the theory that rather than them deliberately wanting to strike me and take me aboard, that an accident had occurred, which would have been fatal had they not taken me aboard, with remedies that were not available to.
So do you think that was the light like a tractor beam that pulled you up, or was it like a Star Trek Energizer?
Well, it's depicted that way, but I was unconscious, so I don't know how they got me aboard.
Yeah. Did
there
you have any ailments or anything like did you have a sore back, or maybe a scratch on your knee or something beforehand that healed since your experience?
That is an interesting question. My immediate concern was that maybe it would cause some sort of a disease condition or deteriorating problem, but it didn't materialize. I was put into some very thorough medical examinations, EKG, EEG, and all that. Well, the brainwave scan initially there was taken by a technician who was not aware of what had happened to me. So it was sort of what you call a double blind. He was just looking for any, abnormalities. And what he described, and I do still have the report, was this alternating wave moving from front to back.
Yeah.
And it was not considered enough to say this is positively, evidence of trauma. But I would like to get maybe the EEG from maybe an electrician or somebody who had actually been hit by lightning to see if a similar pattern might have come up in those people. However, I did take another EEG later, and it was no longer there. So whatever it was seemed to me to be an aftermath of being hit by this blast of energy.
All right. So let me get everybody caught up. I want to thank everybody for sticking around. We were an hour late tonight and decided to do a live show. We were going to have Mike Heston Rogers on as a guest tonight. He didn't show up. We decided to just do an open line show, and Travis Walton himself has called in. So,
well, if Mike calls in and wants to do the show, I'll be happy to step aside and hang up. But I just thought I'd
no. He missed the boat, so to speak. We've got you on now, so this is what we're doing. And as far as the name and the YouTube title and everything, I'll take care of that when the show is over. so that everybody knows who we're really talking to here. Now, let me ask you this. Did you ever think for a second that this could have been a top secret government craft, and that maybe this was some kind of government experiments that were being run on you?
Yeah, I did consider that, and analyze that in terms of other things that happened in connection with that. It's not absolute, but they would have to be deliberately attempting to simulate contact with aliens, but it's not impossible that they could do something like this, but it would be science that they're not admitting to having right now.
Yeah. So, all right. So, do you remember much of the beings? Could it have been that they were synthetic AI? Some people claim that it's possible that they're synthetic beings that are run by artificial intelligence. What do you think of that theory?
Well, I'm thinking maybe that robotic impression that people get from these beings might not be that they are hive mind or say anything like that. I'm thinking that if mental telepathy becomes the ultimate method of communication in the future, it would definitely make facial expressions obsolete.
Yeah.
And so they would seem to be very, dead in the face, and they might have a richer communication than you and I have in the most heartfelt verbal communications.
Yeah. So they never were you able to maybe communicate with them through your mind at all?
I wondered about that myself. What about mind control? How come when I was fighting them off, they were unable to control me? And possibly, just sticking with this telepathy theory, is that my injuries made it to where they could not control me. They gave up on that and had other being, or a simulated being, something that I would trust, be less combative with, to come and intervene so that they repair the medical response could be completed.
All right. Did
See, I've had 45 years to think about this. This stuff is not things that occurred to me right after it happened. To me, right after it happened, I had the same attitude that the movie had, invading monsters,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's possible. Were you able to see if they had any children on the craft at all, or do you remember?
I saw these three, same size individuals, and none others.
Okay. So, all right. I'm first off, I got to apologize to you because I wasn't prepared at all to talk to you.
Well, neither was I. I just thought I'd listen in, and then I hope Mike's okay. He does have medical issues, but I just was trying to pull it out, and I just hope he doesn't take offense. I wasn't trying to upstage him in any way, and I want to give him full credit for being a staunch witness for 45 years, and his recent.
So you think he's being manipulated by this filmmaker guy?
Definitely, absolutely. It even looks like a quite a long range plan.
Wow, it makes me wonder. How would they be able to put this? I guess this watchtower theory. The watchtower wasn't anywhere near. I just don't understand how.
You can't see it from where the incident happened.
Yeah.
And there's been 2 forest fires since then, so it cleared a whole lot of trees out of the way, and you still can't see anything. You can't even see a glow from that direction. It's a totally ridiculous theory that was, brought up way back years and years ago. I mean, it's not anything this supposed filmmaker ever came up with on his own, but it was dropped. There was 4 or 5 different skeptics, but they never latched onto that and said, "Aha, we got the evidence right here," because it's absurd. It doesn't fit anything.
Okay. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody. There are people in the chat. Can you hang out for a little bit? Do you mind hanging out for a while?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, just like answer the chat or something?
Yeah. We'll do some questions here in a little bit from people in the chat room if you don't mind.
Oh, now somebody's wondering, how is it? Isn't that just a little bit funny that Travis is available at the last minute? No.
Well, no.
I have not talked to Mike today, and I had no idea of anything. Somebody contacted me and said, "There's going to be another radio show," and they gave me the link, and that's all I know.
I was hoping that you listen to Conflict Radio all the time.
I actually don't follow this subject that much, so don't take offense.
No, I don't blame you. But I wanted to ask you about the telepathy thing, because in some ways it's a way for them to talk to people, and if maybe they were putting images in your head of things to maybe to try to talk to you or try to calm you down from freaking out. Were you laying down the whole time, or were you able to sit up? Or
part of the time, but I had this squirmy feeling in my head that may have been them attempting to make mental contact or something, but it wasn't getting through because of the injury of being hit with this. Must have been millions of volts or something. Who knows? Nearly fatal. Maybe it was completely fatal until they had a chance to work on me for a little bit. But no. I was verbal. I was, you could call it verbal. I was screaming and was swearing and all kinds of things of that nature. But this supposed filmmaker does not take into account huge amounts of evidence, physical evidence at the site and all that sort of stuff. That's all just swept away with the back of your hand, including all the polygraph tests,
Now you did fail a couple of those, right? Like, I guess the first one.
Wait a minute. There was a premature test while I was still totally traumatized. That was dismissed by the experts, all of the top experts in the field, including the one that they cite the most, this TV game show. This was the people who were trying to use the moment of truth as, the one thing when
Manage money as a family with the Venmo Teen account, available for ages 13 to 17.
When we finally get a test that's good. Well, no, this was all wrong. The show was under attack from a professional group out of New York called Global Polygraph. They were attacking the show because they were using methods that guaranteed you would not get a truthful response. And I should have known better than that. The guy's job was to prevent anybody from passing the test. One pass test and the prize money would have destroyed the budget of the show, and that'd been over right there.
Yeah.
The show was under lawsuit from a woman that they had flunked regarding infidelity with her husband, and she was suing them because she could prove that they were lying. Now, this test, this whole procedure, everything that happened there has been reviewed by the top experts in the field, including Cy Gilson, the Department of Public Safety, Arizona State Police polygraph expert who tested all of us crew, examined the procedures that were engaged in and said this was not capable of yielding accurate results. The test, the show was reviewed by Dr. David Raskin, the author of the top textbook on the subject of polygraph. and was dismissed as totally violating every basic principle of a proper polygraph test. So why would you want to prefer that test over the 5 I took from law enforcement professionals who stand by what they've judged to be the case, right until Cy Gilson stood by what he had to say, his verdict, until he passed away this last year.
Yeah. When you were in the craft, were you able to see outside of it at all? Like,
there was a vision of what looked like I compared it to a star pattern. And if that was a view of what was outside the craft, like if they had some technology that made it possible to view through the walls, maybe that was the case, or maybe it was just some sort of a, projection, or I don't know what you'd call a star map that would be projected on the map, on the wall.
yeah.
I don't know why they would need that. You would think the technology would make that unnecessary, but that was just what it looked like to me.
All right. Renee Cruz, she has a question. If you guys have any questions, please put them in caps so that I can find them a lot easier. Renee Cruz wants to know, Travis, on the History Channel, they said that you were led into another room aboard the spaceship by an extraterrestrial alien disguised as an astronaut. Is that true?
Well, I took him to be human, and that was the reason I finally cooperated, and they were able to get me back under anesthesia. And if I had continued to resist, I probably would have died. I had this horrible feeling in my body that I was dying, the pain in my chest and everything. But I took him to be a human, whether it was some kind of simulation or a robot or something of that nature, I don't know. But I thought it was a rescue by humans, and I cooperated until right when they wanted me to get down on the table and accept having a mask put on my face. And so that's when I started to fight back. But I was weakened. I wasn't my normal strength, and they outnumbered me, and I was rendered unconscious.
All right. So you were on the spaceship and you actually thought you were being rescued by astronauts. That's fascinating.
Well, some sort of Earth-based humans, but now with these reports that there are other species out there that look like humans, who knows? But I never called them an astronaut, but maybe that came from the description of the one that came into the craft to get me was wearing a helmet over his head.
All right. Okay,
The
and
others who helped him get me under anesthesia, they weren't wearing the helmet, so apparently it had something to do with the interior of that craft.
did it look like the normal grays like we see pictures of, with kind of like the oblong head with the big eyes, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, but there's 50 different drawings or artistic renderings of that, and those.
Yeah, but
most,
you know what I mean, like the typical gray type alien,
right?
That we see today. Renee also says, also on the History Channel, they said that you were like in some kind of operating table and you grabbed a scalpel or something to try to stab one of them. Is that true?
Well, it was the biggest thing on the table. I don't know what it was. It was more like a rod or a plastic or glass or something. Seemed to be clear, and I swung it at them. I wasn't actually able to hit them. They weren't that close, but I was screaming and swinging it to keep them from coming closer.
All right. Dark Hour Paranormal's in the house. Thanks for being here, Dark Hour. He wants to know, is it possible that the craft itself was organic and that the craft was alive itself?
Well, of course it's possible. I didn't have, time or to examine it, or
but did it feel like metally? Did it feel metally? Did it feel like What did it
Yeah.
feel like with your hands?
It did seem like it was made out of metal.
Okay.
Probably not plastic. Something very solid, sculpted sort of material. I noticed that where the edge of the door or the wall, the wall met the floor, was not a sharp corner. It was kind of a little bit of a rounded thing, like it was all continuous material.
Okay. And David M wants to know, Travis, are you familiar with the Betty and Barney Hill story, and does it share any common ground with your encounter?
Well, people love to talk about that case and say, well, it happened before yours, so obviously you were just inspired by it. But there's very little in common other than the description of the beings. I was introduced to her on the phone by Dr. Harder, who had worked with her before. He was the one who did the hypnosis on me. And with the idea of getting some advice about how to handle this extremely traumatic experience. I was terrified constantly. I was just, basically out of my mind with fear and shock and whatever PTSD during that period of time. I was examined by Dr. Harder and all those other psychiatrists, medical doctors and whatnot. But it was helpful to be introduced to her, and I spoke with her. She had some good advice.
All right. Stargazer wants to know, do you remember being dropped off at all?
Yeah, I do. I remember waking up on a hard, cold surface, face down. There was a light above me. It was otherwise dark. I looked to see the source of the light, and it went off before I could fully focus in that direction. But then I saw this silvery craft hovering there for just an instant before it shot straight up. Not glowing, just so it was very quickly lost from sight.
All right. So what was that? What was that like? Like, where did they drop you off at? Did they drop you off in the town, or did you have to walk to the town?
Well, it was at outside, just outside the town nearest where it happened.
Okay.
And so I wasn't brought back to the place where I was taken, and I wasn't brought back to my own home. It was the town nearest where it happened. Why they wouldn't choose my hometown, I can only guess, but this town is in a big, wide valley, very gentle sloping. It would be difficult to move that close. If you were going to deposit me in a place where I could get help without, being in full view of many, many people. But in the case of Heber, it's really the intersection of these canyons. Really, they're sort of cliff edges. They got rock, actual cliff edges, to where once the craft was below the level of the top of the canyon, it would be invisible to anyone. And from the point where I woke up, I could see down in and recognize the lights of the town. But other than that, people in the town wouldn't have seen anything.
Do you feel like that they gave you an implant of any kind?
Well, I was fearful of that, and I had upper body X-rays in pursuit of that idea. But if they had any sort of tracking, it's probably much more sophisticated than anything we can imagine.
Yeah.
Some things that have happened in which I think they might still be monitoring is really nothing I can prove, and I try to stay away from anything I can't document. I'm convinced of certain things, but they're personal experiences. They have and a very advanced technology. Right after this happened, I was fond of the idea that the anthill theory, would the super advanced being even care to communicate with us? Does a human walk by an anthill and say, "Oh, I'd love to have a conversation with that ant right there,"
Yeah.
And that seemed so absurd to me that, no, this was just a random event. And, I preferred it to be, because I was terrified by the event, and I didn't want anything similar to happen again. So I preferred the idea that it was random and that they are not identifiers of individuals. But I've gradually come to realize that with that level of sophistication, I mean, already humans if they get your picture in an airport on the other side of the country, they know who you are.
Yeah.
And they can identify you. So that even humans have that kind of technology now. So the idea that these aliens are respecters of persons, so to speak, is probably the case. I mean, if you saw something when you were 10 years old and you see them again when you're 40, they probably know it's you.
All right.
It's not that hard to keep track of people. I mean, just comparing it to what human technology is today. And I wouldn't have thought so back closer to when this happened. You got to remember back in '75, we didn't even have cell phones.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Back in 75, I was actually born that year. If you can believe that.
Wow.
How crazy all that is. So let me ask you this: you were gone for 5 days. Did it seem like you were gone for 5 days on the ship, or was there maybe some kind of time manipulation that they did? Was it maybe only?
Immediately when my brother and brother-in-law came and rescued me out of that phone booth, they said something, and I said something, and my brother realized that I thought it was still the same night. He said, "Travis, you've been gone for 5 days. Feel your face." And I had a 5-day growth of beard, and well, that was a stunning surprise to me, because I did think it just barely happened.
Oh, okay. So it was 5 days even. You had the beard growth even, right?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
time for my body did go. There is that theory about time dilation when you travel near the speed of light or something.
all right. Scott Brown wants to know if you'd sign a waiver to release everything Ryan has, whatever that means.
I don't have any right to what Ryan has, which is basically nothing. What he has is a collection of tabloid reports. He doesn't even have the good scientific stuff, the rebuttals and anything like that. He's just got a bunch of crap that he's pieced together that he thinks supports his off-the-wall theory. But I got to tell you, it's full of holes.
All right.
So there, he refers to witnesses or experts or players in this that have to remain anonymous. He's going to withhold their identity. And come on, you're challenging something that happened to me 45 years ago, and I've defended it against ridiculous attacks of all sorts. People love to make up stories and become important. And Ryan isn't the first one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
A guy was pretending that he was the sheriff's nephew. I went and talked to the sheriff. Well, it wasn't really the sheriff; it was the town marshal for one thing. So he had that wrong. But town marshal didn't know who he was. The sheriff was the county sheriff. The town marshal, who he was trying to say was the sheriff, didn't know who he was. He claimed to have gone to school with my son and his cousin. No way. They don't know who he was either. But one of the things that he was trying to claim in this report was that when I was recovered, they found dirty needle marks all over my stomach, trying to imply that the whole thing was a drug hallucination. Now, 7 people do not have identical hallucinations. The bottom line is the serious medical exam that I underwent took blood and urine samples and put them through the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's drug screen. No trace of any drug whatsoever.
Yeah, I actually saw that report in my research today. I saw the report on that. There are no drugs. I can confirm that. I actually hunted that report down.
Well, that's probably less important than to demonstrate the idea that people are willing to come forward and make claims to get attention. And why, it's a pretty elaborate bunch of crap, but you know what? Even back then, a lot of the people on the internet, were savvy enough to where he immediately come under fire from people who doubted his story. But nevertheless, we have people pretenders who wish they could somehow connect to a story that's front page news all over the place.
Yeah. All right, let me give a shout out here real quick to everybody. There's a ton of people in here listening, just so everybody knows what happened. I know it says Mike Heston Rogers in the video description. I will get that fixed. He didn't show up for our show tonight. We decided to go live anyway with open lines, and Travis Walton has called into the show, our best open lines caller ever so far. So we have Travis Walton on the line, and I have some more questions for you. Antonio wants to know, what do you think they ultimately wanted you for?
I think it was just to fix the mistake, an accidental thing that would have been a death reported as being caused by a UFO, and they rescued me. I rather than accepting the term abduction as I have for so many years, I've described it as being closer to what you'd call an ambulance call, that they were just forced to take me in order to save me.
All right, so hit that like button, everybody. We are getting to your questions. Just, I guess I forgot to mention that. Tomcat wants to know if you could tell us more about the chair with all of the buttons. What do you think that was? Could you describe that a little bit more for us?
Well, whether it was just observational or a control place, I don't know. But it was too small, really, for somebody my size. But it seemed sculpted, just like I was telling you about the walls meeting the floor. The post that the chair seemed to be mounted on sort of grew out of the floor in a similar way, and was rounded, continuous sculptures, no connecting lines of pieces. But some of the if they were controls, it didn't correspond to something like a television remote or something, because those are raised buttons that go up and down, but areas that you could make contact with
we're kind of lit up or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So like the chair, the walls, the floor, it all seemed like one piece of metal.
Yeah. Well, whatever the material was, seemed continuous and very smooth. But my main concern was I want out of here. I was in a total hysterical escape mode panic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to wonder at some point, like, where are you going to escape to, right? I mean, if you're flying through space. Now, Pop World TV asks a good question here. And he says, could you tell if the craft was moving or not, just from being inside? Like, did it seem like it was stationary, or could you feel that it was moving around?
Star pattern corresponded to where it was at, then some of my tinkering with the controls on that chair was moving the craft. But I was not being reasonable. I was being desperate, and the idea that I could open a door or a window or something and jump out and just be back in the forest, drop down 15 feet to the ground, was in the back of my head, but was probably not the case. If I'd have been successful in opening anything, it probably would not have been a safe thing to have happen.
All right, and I want to thank Blips for the super chat. Appreciate it. Dark Hour wants to know again, why do you think they chose you? Did your family's interest in ufology influence your?
There is nobody who could say no, never. I've never thought of a UFO in my life. No, never saw anything in the sky. Very few people could say that. I'd say they're kind of leaning over to try to act like it was a family obsession. I don't think it was. There's, the fact that these things occur or seem to occur, they seem to be observed more in remote, people say, well, I never saw anything like that. Well, do you ever look up, Probably not. And if you're in the city, you wouldn't see anything anyway. You're going to see the city lights reflected off whatever dust and gases or whatever, hover over the city. If you ever look out the window on an airplane as you come into the city, you can see, this bubble of glow over the town. And that is something that really interferes with people to see the natural sky that remote country people, I hate to use that term, but it's just a part of our daily life is to see things more. And especially in an occupation where you're in an outdoors situation, people ranching, all the kind of outdoor activities, logging, all that sort of thing. It just puts you out there more. So you're going to have.
So how was your life after the event? Also after you told your story, I guess somebody's saying such as getting rich and famous and such. I mean, do you consider yourself rich and famous?
No, not at all. Well, whether I like it or not, I guess I'm famous. But you'd be amazed at how most of the events that I go to, I don't even charge for. They just cover travel and hotel. And I agree to do these things because I want to get the word out, to tell the truth, to straighten out accusations, these absurd alternate theories. I think it's important for people to know we're not alone, but it's not a threat. That's just my view.
All right. So I'm scrolling through the questions here. Heather Gillette, MUA, wants to know, hi, Travis. Do you think that they have cloaking technology?
I imagine they do. That's why I think that if you see a UFO, it wasn't an accident. I told this many times, it's not like the aliens slap their forehead and go, oh, damn, spotted by a human again. Better be more careful next time. I think their technology, their mental, their thinking, their superior intelligence is so much greater that I'd say no sightings are accidental. They're all deliberately planned. I used to really go in the other direction, that people were being very kind of like egocentric, to think that this thing was somehow responding to them and their emotions and stuff. But I've had a lot of time to think about it, and that seems more likely.
All right. So Stargate Traveler wants to know, since that night, have you ever had any kind of communication or encounter with them since?
Well, I stick to the things that I can document. There have been incidents where there were other witnesses, and I went ahead and reported them. And people go, whoa, that's impossible. How could one person have that many sightings? Well, it is what it is. I was returning from a MUFON meeting in LA. Burbank is what it was. Burbank MUFON meeting. And I was headed home with my son and my girlfriend. and we're going up the 5, going to hit the 10 and come across back to Arizona. We saw this little light off in the distance, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger and closer, and then we could see that it was 3 lights, and then it was huge. It was a gigantic black triangle with a light on each of the 3 points. Now, I would, even with the other 2 witnesses, my son and my girlfriend, I wouldn't have ever reported this. But very soon after that, my other son had found a website, UFO stalker spotters.com, something like that. And by the next morning, 15 other people had reported the same sighting. This thing came towards us, stopped right over the top of us. The lead light on the triangle rotated 90 degrees to point out towards the ocean, and then poof, it went out that direction. But something that huge to stop that quickly and then accelerate that quickly doesn't seem like our technology, although, who knows? It sure seemed alien to me.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. I've just spaced right through a question. Somebody had said, okay, so I'll look for that. But Terrence Jones wants to know, what do you think what do you think their relationships with humans are right now? Do you think that they're in cahoots with the government or no?
Well, I think that the government probably definitely knows more than we do. I don't think they know everything, but they do know more than us. But as far as the government being in some nefarious plot to take over the earth, no, I don't think that. I think that's absurd. Here's the deal. So many people have been after the government to reveal what they know. They've got secret files. Come on, share them with us. And I understand, our desire to know is so powerful. But the reality is, we have major nuclear powers on this earth who would love to know just how much we know, how much technology has our government recovered. And so they cannot share every single thing they have, because that would put us at a severe disadvantage. Keeping the enemy guessing as to just how much of the stuff we have is probably the wiser course.
Yeah.
They have secrets, but it's for our own good. They're not in some sinister plan to help the aliens take over the earth or anything.
All right.
In my personal view.
All right. Desiree wants to say thank you, Travis, for calling in tonight. Really appreciate you being on Conflict Radio. So thanks again for.
Well, I hope that it doesn't upset Mike, because I had no idea to do such a thing. I was just going to listen in.
No, I think he just fell asleep.
It could be. I hope he's not had any sort of a medical event, but we'll see. It's not like him. He's always been very, on the spot with appointments. I don't think I've ever known him to blow off an interview or anything of that sort. So it does puzzle me and a little bit concerning, because it's not like him.
All right. Well, hopefully it's something simple and stupid. And Travis, I've got to ask you these questions. That I'm going to get these hard questions, I guess, from people who just simply believe the fire tower story. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask. Scott Brown wants to know, does Travis deny that Ryan has been to his house multiple times? And I wouldn't imagine that you deny that.
The who's been to my house?
Ryan, I guess the...
No, he's never... I've never met Ryan. Never. And I'm certainly willing to take a polygraph test, and I would challenge Ryan to take a polygraph test. Now, Mike did have a delusion once where he said, what was Ryan doing at your house at 6 a.m.? And Ryan was in Phoenix, and I did by email communicate with him about this delusion. I don't know where it came from, what the heck was going on there, but I've never met Ryan, and he's never been to my house. I don't. Do I deny? That is such strange.
I guess so, right?
Way to put an accusation, but no, I don't know him. And even back a year ago, when I was just having a rather idle discussion about the possibility of him supposedly being able to put together a documentary, even then I never met him. But well, I'm working on getting my computer to cough up all the communications I had with him back then, which will show that many of the things that he claimed I said or did just never happened. It's just absurdly ridiculous things that he invented in order to provoke Mike, to make him, to manipulate him.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me tell you one of them. This is a super one. It's just, I fell on the floor laughing. He claimed that he's telling Mike that I told him that I had boxed with Muhammad Ali and that Mike was my water boy. This is totally stupid. I've never met Muhammad Ali, even though he came here. He had a fascination with UFOs. I never met him. He set up a training ring in the hangar where I did my private pilot training, but I never managed to see him in any way, and I certainly never boxed him. That's totally absurd. But that whole lie was designed to provoke Mike, to make Mike want to lash back. That's what this whole thing is. It's all a scenario in which he's trying to get Mike to say and do things because he's trying to persuade Mike that I had was on the verge of doing the things that he's trying to get Mike to do, which is just not true. It's not even. There's no, and we can go back to all the emails. We can go back to every bit of communication. There's nothing to support that. I'm quite confident. Even though when this Ryan guy's name first came up, Mike started accusing me, and I said, oh, I've never met him. And then when Mike found out that I had had a discussion with him a year before, see, you did meet him. No, that's not meeting. Meeting, in my dictionary, I don't know about you, is where you see somebody face to face, you know?
Yeah.
There was quite a bit of discussion about and from Ryan before I even knew what he looked like. You know, Mike would describe him in a rather, disparaging way, but
All right. Well, let's move on from that. Game Vet wants to know, if you were looking out the window, did it look like the craft had a fog or mist around it at all?
I did not see that. No.
Okay. And Slim Tinskin asked Travis, the phone booth that exists in Heber, I guess, is that the same one, and is it in the same location? So is the phone booth you called from still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
It's the same one.
It's not operational anymore. Phone booths are obsolete, but it's kind of a local landmark. And
awesome. That's
I
good to
think
know.
they took a piece of heavy equipment and dragged it about 20 feet farther to the west. But other than that, it's the same phone booth. There was one of the telephones in there that was missing, and I was talking to a guy that worked there in Heber, worked for the phone company, and he says, "Well, there's one of those in the storeroom over there. I'll go get it." So he went over there and got it, and he opened the coin box, and all of the change in there was pre-1975. So it might have even been the same phone going back in there.
All right. Do you think that the aliens have an agenda for humanity?
Well, I think they're in a hide and watch mode, waiting to see if we will pan out or not. And it's kind of sad to think that their lack of open contact. People say, well, why don't they just land on the White House lawn and say, we're here, Mr. President? And just, well, why the secrecy? Well, for a very good reason. We're not ready. It's all our fault. And it's very much like, in my view, the science fiction concept, the non-interference directive. The creator of Star Trek came up with this, the idea that traveling from planet to planet, they would have a rule not to make open contact with them, not to that to interfere with developing civilizations. Well, they compared it to the Europeans getting in their sailboats and exploring the world and finding all these less developed civilizations. And in every case, it was much to the harm of the lesser developed civilization. So the idea that they would adhere to not interfering makes very good sense. It's kind of strange to have that coming from Gene Roddenberry, because as imaginative as he was to come up with that concept, he saw Tracy Torme, the screenwriter on Fire in the Sky, going through the studio there and called him in and scolded him for believing in this crazy stuff called UFOs. That Gene Roddenberry was a UFO skeptic was kind of odd, when heck, even the Starfleet ships looked like flying discs with a couple of appendages.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Thomas Metcalf wants to know, Travis, do you recall any specific colors, textures, or smells from inside the craft?
Oh, yeah. Well, a bunch of that, and it was all sort of intermixed with 100% terrified. So it wasn't anything I had the opportunity to sit there and sort of muse about, what does that smell like, But it did seem humid and heavy, hard to breathe in there, but
from the humidity?
And the thinness of the air. I mean, the guy that came in there to help me out of there was wearing a helmet, so what was he guarding against? I don't know, but I certainly felt a lot better once we got out the door.
Yeah. Okay. Dark Hour wants to know, when you pass on, I guess something, do you think that you will connect with these entities on a deeper level? I understand his questions. So when you move on, when you die, do you think that you'll be able to connect with them on a deeper level again?
Well, can I confirm the existence of the spirit world or the afterlife?
Yeah. Well, that's another question altogether, right?
That would just be my...
And how would you rate your manager?
Get the truth anonymously with SurveyMonkey.
Anyone?
Personal opinion, but I think anything that, human civilization has in that regard, if it's valid, it's universal.
Okay. Have you ever seen a drip-shaped craft? Kermit the Frog is asking.
No, but we have seen spheres and triangles. Trying to think of any other shapes. I don't think they're confined to the saucer shape. That's kind of got stereotyped, but there's a variety of shapes. Oh, the tic-tac shape, the sort of rounded cylinder,
Yeah, that was
a cylinder with rounded ends or something.
That was the next question. Johnny Pepperston wants to know, what do you think about the Tic Tac videos and all of the disclosure stuff that's happening today?
Well, I think that our authorities had to finally admit that the tactic of saying, well, this isn't happening and we're going to just make fun of the people who report it, was not discrediting anybody but themselves. It was just happening too often, too many places to deny it any further.
All right, Antonio.
So it was wise to turn around and say, yes, there's something there, but I think the big revelation that was supposed to occur was sort of downplayed over what was originally planned when it was instituted.
Yeah, Antonio says, "Thank you, Travis, for calling in. This is Epic Conflict Radio. You rock."
Well, thank you.
So, let me ask you this: CC my Harley D. They said they could have taken over the planet years before we inherited the technology era.
Yes, that's the point I've made. If they wanted to, if they had sinister purposes, we'd never know what hit us. So the idea that we have to be in questioning the integrity of our government and all this kind of stuff, I think is a bunch of conspiracy theory stuff.
All right. So, I mean, but based on your experience, I mean, if they wanted to come down here and attack Earth, I mean, we're screwed, right?
Well, I don't think we could stop them, no. But obviously, since they've been here for many decades that we know of for sure, if they had that intention, it would have already been over, and we wouldn't be here to talk about it.
All right. So I see Sapphire Elf has finally made it. You about missed the whole show, Sapphire. I think we've got about 10 minutes left on the show. Is there anything else that you want to tell people about I mean, obviously the UFO community is so divided right now on whether this happened. Some people are obviously going with this fire tower incident. Some people are sticking their guns and saying that everything that you're saying is obviously the real story. You never purposely hoaxed anybody. What do you have to say about all of this? It's kind of just all blowing up right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because this supposed filmmaker is making all kinds of claims that just can't be. I mean, it's like, for instance, trying to say that my brother Dwayne was a part of this supposed hoax. Well, he lives in Phoenix. He hadn't been up here for weeks, maybe months. There are no cell phones. He couldn't be a part of any such elaborate scheme and not be here. I mean, it's just I don't know. It just seemed kind of random and gratuitous to throw his name in there.
Well, I mean, I guess you have to have the players in place, right?
No, he was there to basically save my life. He was there to come and pick me up and keep me from being ripped apart by interrogators like that. And he was doing so at great personal cost. As a horse trainer and a horseshoer, a farrier is what you call them. It's a very conservative community. It cost him enormously to staunchly defend what was being accused in the media. It wasn't true. And I really don't want to get into why this took a particular turn, because I don't want to aggravate the situation any worse than it already is. In my view, it has to do with a departure from reality for people that are involved, that are just creating a false scenario. And to talk about that is just going to antagonize the situation.
Yeah, Scott Brown says actually it was Mike said that Dwayne was part of it in the phone call.
Yeah, that's what he said, because he knows that I've kind of had an emotional break when I'm talking about, the way Dwayne saved my life that night. And so because his intention is to hurt me, and he's zeroed in on anything that he figures matters to me emotionally. So he picked Dwayne, and he knows damn good and well that's not the case.
All right, awesome. And let's see here. Kermit the Frog wants to know, did you get to see other aliens around when you were on the ship, like other types? Were they all the same type? Were they all kind of the same looking? Is there any way to tell?
Just the two types, human looking and the gray type.
All right. So was there any way to tell if they were male or female? Did they have clothes on, say?
Yeah, they had clothes, similarly dressed, but typical male and female hairstyles. So it does suggest more of an Earth connection, or at least
really
they were trying to represent that image to me, so that I would calm down and accept further treatment.
So they had hair.
Yeah,
like human hair.
I'm talking about the human-looking ones, not the grays. We're talking about two different types. Whether they were some sort of mechanical or synthetic being that was designed just to be something I would respond to without this out of control hysteria, or if they were actually enlisting the help of some people from Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's possible, right? Yeah. Now, did it seem like this might seem a little out there, but did it seem like you were on the craft the entire time, or was it possible that maybe you were underground somewhere, that they had moved you to an underground location?
Yeah, I was moved to someplace else, and I don't really know whether that was a part of a larger building, a larger craft, or maybe an actual building of some kind. Could be underground. The sunlight effect coming from the ceiling could have been synthetic or actual. I don't know. It wasn't a window you could see through. It wasn't a clear window. It was more like just frosted surface.
All right. So, and Lightning Rod wants to know, any of the witnesses who saw this, have any of them let you down in any way?
Only one that became mentally impaired. Sometimes these things happen, but I would say every one of them stood by what we experienced together to the very end. I had lost contact with Dwayne Smith, but had some contacts that were able to locate him, and I actually got his number and spoke to him and did a little interview that I recorded. And I was saying, you ought to come out and speak with me. And he said, well, my teeth have gone really bad, but give me a little time to get them fixed, and maybe I could do that. But he passed away soon after that.
All right. And I want to give a thanks, shout out to Blue Chicken and David M for the super chats. Really do appreciate it. So do you think that it's possible the humans were mental projections? Terrence Jones wants to know.
Yes, that's possible. Whatever was going to get me to cooperate and go back under anesthesia. That's my belief. They didn't tell me that, but I'm just saying that's, having 45 years to weigh all the possibilities, that's what I think is most likely.
All right. So I'm going to give a shout out to Johnny Boy here. He said, is this Travis Walton? And is this live? Yes. And yes. We had we had Mike Heston Rogers scheduled to come on the show. He was a no-show, so we decided to do open lines, and Travis called in, thankfully, and saved our show tonight. So thanks a lot, Travis. And Thomas Metcalf also wants to say thank you for coming on the show. Man, we've got a ton of people in here listening to this. Sapphire Alpha saying, I'm guessing the Hollywood movie is full of crap, right, Travis? Sorry, I bet it's been asked.
Well, it's highly fictionalized, put it that way. That's the reason I want to do a big budget remake, is to bring it more in line to what I understand the phenomenon to be today.
All right, man. It's so awesome to have you on, and yeah, I think just the fact that you're calling in and sticking up for your story says more than we could ever than anybody could ever say. I think. And Antonio has a question here, and it's a good one. He wants to know if you was there ever a time that you were warned off by the government not to talk about this? Did anybody ever say, don't tell your story, you've got to shut up, you can't talk about this? Did that ever happen?
Well, not directly, not overtly, but there's all kinds of things you might take as implied threats, and more things that I learned later, but I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
All right. And Sapphire Elf wants to know, are the stories about the strange government guys doing radiation surveys real? So,
Yeah. I believe the lady that she was a reporter at the local paper here, White Mountain Independent. She also did volunteer work at the fire tower, and she witnessed this crew coming through there and questioned them about, why do you need magnetic readings on the ground? This is normally something that's measured, suspending an instrument from an airplane, crisscrossing the area. But I don't know what the answer was. It just seemed kind of odd that they were doing this. And
yeah, there's actual audio recordings. And see, I was getting ready for the show with Mike today. There are actual audio recordings of people talking about how radiation was detected at the site. And that was one of the things I couldn't figure out. Like, if the hoax was done with this whole fire tower thing and you were hiding up in the fire tower for 5 days, how would you have been able to get the radiation machines to test positive for radiation? How would
this is ridiculous. That's why it's all ridiculous. And the only thing this supposed wannabe filmmaker can say is, well, never mind, that either never happened or that was inaccurate or rigged or something of that nature. You gotta discount the things that don't support your theory. But as far as supporting the theory, I think if Mike had been available, he would have come on and told you, yes, indeed, it happened just like we said it did. And that he says that even the day that this Lion Ryan guy recorded this phone call, that there was another statement flat out, there's no way this could have been a hoax, with it, replying to the question, could you have been fooled, Mike? And he does not feel that. He's done interviews since then. He stands by what we experienced, all 7 of us to this day. What happened, and we've all taken law enforcement lie detector test and had numerous types of physical evidence examined and analyzed in connection with it.
All right. And let's see here. Game Vet wants to know, did you see any droids of any kind?
Well, the human-looking guy could have been a droid, but if you want to call them droids, but that's just
nothing like R2D2, right? Nothing like R2D2, I'm guessing.
Oh, that kind of a thing. No, that's a very colorful character for a kid's movie.
Well, I guess if it's from the, you never know, right? Could be droids of some kind, or drones or anything like that. Let me ask you this, and then I'm gonna ask you where people can find you, and we'll just wrap up the show. And thank you so much for calling. But let me ask you this: do you think it's possible that you've been hoaxed by somebody, and you have been put through something that somebody was messing with you the whole time? Like it could have been somebody hoaxing you.
Like government engineering some vast sociological experiment?
Yeah, or maybe a friend of yours or something, or maybe they were messing with you.
No, it would be something powerful like the government or some giant corporation, because it'd be way too elaborate. It's not impossible. All I'm reporting is what I saw and what I, interpret it to be. But I can't say I know for sure, because all I know is what I saw and what I experienced. And I think all of the other 6 guys would basically say the same thing. But they're absolute that we saw what we saw, and what happened, including Mike, in spite of all this controversy. He's endeavored to correct this illusion that this supposed filmmaker is trying to present. And but I have on record all of my prior communications with him, and he's built a house of cards, and it's about to come down because his foundational cards are fictitious.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me say thank you to everybody for all the super chats and super stickers. Really do appreciate it. Let me ask you this, Travis. We ask all our guests this, and thanks for calling in. We appreciate it, but we got to know, do you know who Corn Pop is?
I've heard that on TV. It to me seems like a very spur of the moment and made up character. They try to populate somebody's brag, but
All right. I
I
hear.
don't like to get into politics.
Yeah. We just like, some people say he's a bad dude, right?
He's a bad, poorly crafted fictional character.
All right, Travis. Hey, can you hang on for a minute and I'll talk to you a little bit after the show?
Okay.
All right, hang on a sec, and let's go ahead and wrap this up. Why don't, Travis, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you and where they can find your book, and are they making another movie or not?
Well, I'm scheduled to travel there in the next week or two to discuss that matter, and there is quite a bit of interest. They contacted me finally. I've been, putting it out there for years that I would like a remake, but there's 3 or 4 different, maybe 5, that if you want to include this Ryan guy, who said, we can do that. And I said, no way, you can't do that. It's going to have to be a major studio, big budget thing. So I think that's going to happen. The interest is higher than it's ever been in the last 45 years. It's very intense, and those farther afield, inquiries and contact and even book sales to far off lands that I never dreamed would have been even heard about it.
Yeah, speaking of book sales, a lot of people suggest that the problem with Mike, and I don't mean to throw another question in here on you, that the problem with Mike is that I guess he's not getting paid for any of the books.
Well, yeah, he's claiming that, but I've explained this time and time again. But okay, every book that is mailed outside of this country has to go first class. There is no media mail for mailing books outside of the United States. So I said, Mike, take a copy of the book. Don't believe me. Just go down to the post office and ask them how much is it going to cost to mail this book to Ireland.
Yeah.
It's going to be $28.25. This is a $30 book, and it costs almost that much just to mail it. And I went down the line, laying out the costs of what it takes to do this. I'm doing it simply to inform people. It is not profitable. It is a losing proposition. And I said, well, Mike, if you're claiming that you want to be a part of this book thing, how much are you willing to pay the deficit? How much of the deficit that I'm using my steelworkers pension to support?
Yeah, no, I know for a fact it costs a ton to send a book overseas. I get that. I totally get that. But we are definitely excited. Hopefully, you guys.
Some illustrations, many of them in color. It's like 400 pages, and it weighs a lot. And the idea that you could make a profit on that, it costs $10 for me just to get it.
Yeah.
Each book to me, $10 right there, and then you've got the cost of the mailing, the packaging, and the postage, and and everything that goes on there makes it a zero-sum game.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous what it costs to mail something overseas. That's definitely true. Well, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, and we'll get you to hang on for a minute, and I'll chat with you a bit off the air.
Yeah, well, you can you write to me or order books through Travis Walton at cable1.net. And you spell out the one, O-N-E, cable1.net. Travis Walton at cable1.net.
And you write out the one, O-N-E?
Yes.
Okay, so Travis Walton at cable1.net.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. And I'm writing that down. Okay, everybody. Travis, thanks so much for calling in. Really do appreciate it. We're gonna wrap up the show. Sapphire Elf has put a link for the book down in the chat room. I will take care of the title and the video description here as soon as the show is over, so that everything is up to date with who our guest was tonight. Thanks so much for calling in. Remember, guys, you can always find us online. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. You can find us. You can find us on all of your normal podcast catchers, including Spreaker and Apple iTunes, I guess. Thanks so much for sticking with us tonight. It was a little weird getting the show off, but hey.
Well, we all hope Mike's okay, and that it was just some sort of an accident, or fell asleep, or had somewhere he had to be.
Yeah. Hopefully everything's
But,
okay.
you would think he would call in and explain, but so it is concerning,
Yeah, well, hopefully everything's okay, and thanks so much for calling in, and until next time, everybody. I guess we're going to be back on tomorrow with Christina Gomez tomorrow at our normal time, 7:30 Eastern time. So until then, batten down the hatches and be safe. All right, guys, I am back. What'd you think of that one? That was a good one, wasn't it? That was one of my favorites. So we're in round 3 of our conflict marathon here. Let's see who's been popping in. I see Puck Elf's here. How you doing? Lily, P-Day, Junior Cartwright, Alexander, Paul, Bukowski. How you doing? Justin Sane and Alexander, Davy Jones Locker. I see Ian McFadden. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back, and welcome back, guys. Let's get right into our third show, and then we're going to wrap it up afterwards. I hope everybody's having a good night. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there listening. And I guess, we'll see you in just a bit. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is March 1st, 2021, and today we are going to have Geraldine Orozco on the show. Now, Geraldine researches the role of DNA as a currency of the past, present, and future, with consciousness as the catalyst. A life-changing contact experience in 2013 resulted in the activation of psychic abilities, and in 2017, she underwent several hypnotic regressions with vetted therapists. Regressions uncovered a lifelong history of abduction and participation in human hybridization, with 24 hybrid children as a result. Her life is dedicated to the dissemination of knowledge of hybridization programs and the correction of the commonly held dogma of the human genetic timeline, historical record, and human structure. You excited for this, Jared?
Yeah, this is going to be really good. It's all the things we've been talking about, and it's from someone that has personal experiences that should be really, really interesting to hear.
Awesome. And I'm really looking forward to this show too. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's not mince words. Let's just get right down to it. If you're not subscribed to Conflict Radio, please hit that subscribe button. It helps us out a whole lot. Don't forget to like the video, and we'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We've got Jared Murphy still with us, and Geraldine Orozco. Did I say that right?
That's correct. You got it.
All right, awesome. Well, I'm really excited to chat with you because we have some fascinating topics to discuss. You really are a fascinating person, and your work is really interesting to me. I want to first ask you if you can tell everybody kind of, I guess, uh, about your abduction experiences. We might as well get into that and get that kind of under wraps and out of the way as we move into some of these other things. You want to tell everybody who you are and how you got started in this field?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you so much for having me, Michael and Jared, on this show today. It's a pleasure to be here. How did I get started in the field? My journey started in about 2008, 2009 when I started teaching meditation. And I started to go into a very deep inquiry, self inquiry, where I started to really question consciousness and reality and everything that we see and we perceive as reality. And what triggered that was the passing away of my partner at the time. It really made me question life and death and, just all the experiences that we have. They seemingly seem to kind of come up as patterns, as repetitive patterns. So I was very interested in that. And I started to deep dive into all of this by meditating and sometimes up to 8 hours a day. And in 2013, I had a very incredible experience where I began to, one night, just in the middle of the night, I had a experience where there was a light in my room, and I was literally taken out of my bedroom into a craft. And this really just kind of shattered my perception of reality and how I saw everything. As I had been working on understanding how to deprogram all of the false programming that I had been experiencing throughout my life. Anything that caused suffering and pain. And when this experience happened, it shattered even another layer of that, of that reality that I had just newly discovered, I guess you could say. So this is kind of how it began. And I really went into this incredible experience that after seeing and being introduced to my hybrid children and information about the structure of the universe, what this quote unquote matrix or holographic reality that we live in or simulation that we live in is built, and our role in that simulation. I woke up the very next morning, about 3-4 hours later at 6 a.m, and I was upside down on the side of my bed. And I had an ability to see the multidimensional body. I mean, it felt like my entire body was sore. I felt like I got hit by a truck. And the very next thing is the very first person that I saw. I mean, I couldn't even stand next to them, that I could feel their energy. I could see everything that they were seeing, feel everything that they were feeling. And I began to see these colors in their body and cords and connections and all kinds of things. So this experience activated somehow this kind of psychic abilities within me. And it took many years to kind of integrate and be able to go out, fully engaging with people and as normal, after that. So this is kind of how it began.
All right. Well, I mean, there's quite a bit there that we need to kind of unpack. You say you were introduced to your hybrid children. Could you tell us exactly how that all went down? Like, how do you know that it was your child, and where's that child now?
hmm Yeah, absolutely. So, when they took me on the craft, several things happened that were very interesting and important to kind of this whole experience. I mean, first of all, I was terrified, and I literally felt them pull me through the wall, through my window. So I was at one moment inside of my window, looking out the window at this incredibly bright light, burning my eyes. And the next moment, I'm outside of my window, in front of these 6 tall grays. And these grays had these enormous eyes, a very thin skeletal bodies, and they would bring me into the craft with them. They removed my emotion from my body. So any kind of terror or feeling of wanting to scream or yell out, I was thinking my neighbors would hear, or call someone's attention, but no sound came out of my body. I mean, it was silent. And they telepathically said the word calm, and all of a sudden all my emotions just went to zero, neutral, completely neutral. And so it was completely a new experience because I never experienced, first of all, telepathy, and second of all, the ability of somebody else removing my own emotions or having any kind of power or control over my body. So I was taken into the craft, and immediately, this is a lenticular type craft. It was quite large, and as I enter into the craft, I'm seeing in detail everything, like the flooring underneath me, how the craft curves, and as I'm brought in, they create a hologram within the craft that changes what it looks like inside, and it looks like a fake sky and a fake grassy ground underneath me, very, very fake looking, deliberately. And they bring me, I think, to mask what I was looking at within the craft. They mask it with this scenery that they bring me into a room. And as I turn around, I see a woman walking in front of me in between these two other tall grays. And when I look closer, it was my aunt. Now, the interesting thing about this is that years later, when I went to hypnotherapy, I kind of invited my whole family to join this kind of discovery process, and they all went under hypnotherapy. And she actually found out that she had contact experience the exact same night that I did. So I was seeing her here in this craft, and I was alarmed, and I said, "Oh my God, what is she doing here?" So she walks in front of me, and then they just remove everything. She's zombied out. She can't see. She's not conscious. And they move her into another room. And as they remove everything in front of me, the next thing I see is I'm inside something that looks like a control room of some sort, maybe a navigation room. To the right side, there's this beautiful oval table with this incredibly advanced hologram, three-dimensional hologram of a planetary system. I mean, it was beautiful, and it was in color blue. And I'm noticing that the craft, when I look around the room, I mean, this is happening in 1 minute, right? Just looking around the room, I can see through the craft to the other side, and I literally see the stars on the other side of the craft. It's almost as if the craft is moving, or it's translucent, or it's more like a vibration as opposed to a solid. And as I'm here in front of these three grays in front of me, they present this prism, this holographic blue prism with 8 layers that they begin to show me information on every layer. The very first one began with some kind of alien language, and they speak in infinities. It was a combination of mathematical equations with symbols, this very, very complex language of some sort. And I started to try to understand what they were telling me, but what it was is they speak in infinities. I mean, every single dot, every single curve is a very complex thought that is not just trying to, put across a certain idea. It's a collective idea. It's a very interesting way of thinking and communicating. And the next prism they showed me, they took me to a planet called Maya. And of course, that's in the constellation Pleiades. And they begin to show me that I had some roots within that lineage. And in the third prism, they introduced me these yellow lights, and the yellow lights manifest before me, and 4 of which manifest into these children. And one of them begins to walk towards me, this beautiful child that has this very thin, grayish, very light skin, very curly, almost translucent skin, hair, and very frail, small, thin body. And the eyes are just enormous and complex. And when I look into the eyes of this child, I mean, I get this shiver down my spine that unbelievably, I'm recognizing myself in this child. Something about the eyes, something about the way that the child is looking at me. And a thought crosses my mind, and I'm like, is this my child? And immediately, the other 4 begin to come towards me, and I see them in detail. They are all a mixture of humanoid children with a reptilian, with gray features, with just very strange children. You can tell that they are a mixture, not 100% humanoid. And, I part of me is terrified. Part of me, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. My mind is trying to place this experience and trying to think who who on earth or who in our community should I talk to about this? Because these children are not mine. And I'm thinking, how am I supposed to care for them? Am I supposed to take them back? Just an incredibly confusing, moment. And they tell me telepathically in my mind, these are your children. And the child begins to see me and somehow have this telepathic exchange with me that I can remember everything. Now I'm having all these memories emerging, everything that has happened with this child. I remember holding it in my arms. I remember somehow giving birth to it, but not in the way that we give birth. All of these memories flood my mind, and I'm so confused. I'm thinking, how is it possible that I? Oh,
Do we lose you there for a second?
sorry. Can you hear me okay, Michael?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I lost you there for a moment.
That's
Okay.
all right. I'll write down the time. Just go ahead and pick up.
Yeah, so I'm just being introduced to the child, and I'm meeting other three. The other three are different. You can tell that they're mixed with different kinds of species. The most impactful one is the reptilian child that literally had scales on the face, kind of a greenish tone to the skin, and the eyes were just unbelievable. They were like the slit reptilian eyes, but they were enclosed inside of a larger iris, a larger brownish green iris. So part of it was terrifying, but at the same time, I could tell that these children had a connection to me, and this incredible maternal instinct takes over. And I'm processing in my mind, and I'm really having this moment where I'm thinking, okay, these are my children. I don't know where they came from, but I don't know how I forgot that they appeared. I'm ready to let go of my life on Earth. This is what I'm thinking, and just dedicate myself to them. And right when I'm processing this idea, they immediately removed them from in front of me, and I'm hysterical. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, please don't remove them from me. And they begin to show me the matrix. They begin to show me and tell me, in other words, we are one. There's no separation. They're here. These children are here, and they show me the earth, and they show me down to the microscopic level all these different things. They begin to show me that they're particles, that they're oscillating, that they all create these electromagnetic fields, and that we're living in this sea of matter, of interconnected energy. And it's the first time in my life that I ever had that concept. I saw that concept for what it really was and understood it. And it was the first time that I felt completely somehow disconnected from all things, but at the same time incredibly interconnected to everything.
Yeah.
So this is what happened. And then I ended up on the upside down on the end of my bed, and I felt like a migraine and a body ache, and my entire body was sore for about a week. Yeah.
Did they ever? Have you seen them again since then?
Not this particular group. I've had many other contact experiences.
I meant your children.
With the children, not particularly. No.
Okay.
No.
Now, did you get an idea of how old they were?
Yes. One of them was about 4 years old. Another one was about 8. Another one was about 12 years old, and the oldest one was about 26.
All right. So I guess I want to ask a question. Did it seem like they're aging about the same as humans do?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, the majority of these children are not really meant to grow. They're meant to stay at the stage of children their entire life, their entire existence. And there's many reasons for that. And there's also many agendas that are behind these hybrid children. It really just depends on what the agenda, you can say, that they're trying to carry out with the child would be.
Do you think that that's the age that they're created at?
No, they are born and they are raised. They are taught, but a lot of them will not go beyond a certain age. They will look like children their entire lifespan or existence. There's a couple of reasons for that. We can get into that in just a moment.
Okay.
But again, it really just depends on the agenda. I mean, I've had 24 hybrid children, and I've been in 4 or 5 different programs, one of them being terrestrial, one of them being draconian, one of them being reptilian, and one of them being the humanoid, which is this program that I'm sharing with you right now that I was introduced.
Now, when you say program, you're talking about like a Matrix style program, right?
When I say program, I'm talking about the hybridization program from a sense that there seems to be some kind of collective organization behind the intention behind making these children. And, they're different purposes. And yet, when you look at it from the highest level, I believe that the reason is the same. The reason is the same. I mean, what they're using our genetic code in order to create more life. And there's a reason for that. It's in a sense, they're utilizing consciousness to preserve and to continue some kind of connection or communication with this human race.
All right. I feel like I'm taking up all. We haven't really heard from Jared. Jared, you're still there, right?
Yeah, of course I'm still here. Yeah.
Right, awesome. Do you have any questions on?
I guess
sure, I
I
know
have
you
some
do,
questions,
yeah.
but I just want some clarification on it before I ask a good question. How old were you the first time this happened?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, are you talking about the first time I was participant in the program,
Well,
or
what was the first? So there's two problems. One is I would ask the question, what's the first time you recall, or later through, as from what I can tell, at least from what I know of your bio so far, I there's recalling and doing, rediscovering your memories. But what's your first? Did you recall everything later, or what's the first experience you've had that you recall being in real time? Was this the
Yes.
first one?
Yeah, so the very first one was when I was 5 years old, and I remember it very vividly. And but I didn't understand it, when at that time or throughout my entire life, really, until I came across this. You see, the moment when I had the first contact in 2013, it was really the first time that I considered the word alien as something real. You got to understand. Before that, I mean, I really didn't have a place for it in my reality, and the thing is that when I was 5 years old, I was in my parents' bedroom and I was looking outside the windows about dusk, and incredibly bright white light showed up. And this is an image that I can never remove from my mind. But I know that I had missing time, because after I saw the white light, I just found myself waking up in my crib, in my little bed that I was in, hours later. So I don't remember what happened from the moment of the white light to the moment of being in the crib or in the bed. And so this was the first vivid memory that I had throughout my life. And I really didn't think much of it because, of course, I didn't think it was related to any of this. But there are several events like this. That was the first one. And in that experience, I was taken into a craft and I was implanted. At the very back of my uterus, there was an implant that was made in order to monitor the body. So I was I was basically signed up for this program, you can say, since birth, because at the age of 5, it was already scheduled, all of the visits that were going to happen throughout my life. At 5, at the age of 15, 16, when I lived in Bolivia for a couple of years, was actually the first insemination. And then after that, there were subsequent visits after that.
Where were you when you were 5? I mean, was it at home? Were you on a trip? Did it happen to anyone else that you were with? Did you ever ask anyone in that period when you were? Do you recall anyone else possibly being?
No, it was just me. It was right before my little brother was born. We were here in Fremont, California. So it was just, just in the bedroom. I was an only child. And I think my mother wasn't home, but my father was home. And he was in the other room watching TV. And I just remember hearing the TV in the background and playing next to their bed, next to the window. And next thing you know, this incredibly white light comes in and boom, can't remember anything until I wake up in my bed hours later, So what happened in between there? I mean, we tried to go over it with my parents, but, they don't remember. They don't remember really what happened or anything strange, I guess you could say.
So
But
did it happen? Oh, go ahead.
Pardon me. They do remember me mentioning the light, though. They remember that I always mentioned that light. That's something that they do remember. Mm-hmm.
Well, so the first time, have you had further recall of what happened during that?
Yes.
Or okay,
Yes.
what happened with the 5?
Yeah. So at the age of 5, I'm taken in Borecraft. I'm seeing the white light, and I was taken into this very dark, dim, humid, kind of cavernous-looking craft of some sort. And there is a draconian being to the right side of me who is enormous, enormous, dark. And I'm being seated on a kind of reclining chair. It looks like a dental type of chair, but very minimalistic and incredibly modern. And as I'm being placed there, something is being inserted with this mechanical arm that comes. It looks like it comes out of nowhere, but it's an arm that comes inside of my uterus and implants something, leaves something there, very, very cold, incredibly cold. And they begin to play this kind of music in the background to kind of distract me about what's happening in that moment. And the energy that I feel from these draconians are so dark, so incredibly dark. It really is like being in the presence of someone that is very evil. That we perceive them as evil. We have this idea around that, what that feels like. So that's our point of reference. And so they're doing this to me, and finally I end up in my bed. So this was the very first time, and so it looks like the first part of this experience with the draconians concluded later on at the age of 16 when I had first insemination. And then I think it was 24, and I think 25, 27, several events that were incredibly impactful, not just because they were memories that happened, but physically. I became ill after the contact experience, like very, very ill. Yeah, and I can get into those in just a minute. I don't know if you have any more questions about that directly.
Well, so I have a lot of thoughts on the, from the first time something happens to someone, and then I do think it sets a stage for what further happens, and or how much of it is. I can only imagine how not only confusing or interesting or mysterious it is to have an experience. It's compounded by what could be either internal biological changes and or psychological changes, or like you said, the music was a distraction. So I know that we've set up a time for you to come back. There's no way for all the places and things people would be curious about, and a lot of people might just be fascinated with the just general topic. And so my questions are unfortunately going to dig. For all those out there who want to just go to some obvious places, I was thinking more about the music being a programmer. And then I'm thinking, I wonder what it's been like to have a lifetime of experiences where on one layer you recall or experience something. And then as you revisit the experience, whether you're remembering something that you've forgotten or realizing a layer that wasn't there or is that you weren't expecting. And I'm wondering if any of those sublayers, whether it's something implanted or whether it's a music you hear or a sound, a tone, if there is a reoccurring theme to all of it, or do you think they're all independent? Do you think because of the first experience at 5, do you have an overall, I guess we could start with, do you think that there is an overall reason that you were chosen for this, or bad luck?
No. And actually, one of the things that I'd like to dispel is the idea that, there's something special about me. I think the reason why I think the interesting thing about me in this experience is that I was able to remember, and I had a vivid conscious experience. What happened to me in 2013 was absolutely in person, conscious, vivid in the flesh, having this experience. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't lucid dreaming. It wasn't, paralysis or any of that. It was a vivid experience. So I believe that through my meditation work, somehow, because I had deprogrammed layers of belief systems, I began to kind of tap in to parts of me that were aware of these sub layers in the subconscious mind. And that's where things started to come up. And I think that as a result of that, I began to remember more things about my life that had been there. For example, at the age of 20, I believe it was 24, I got some kind of amoeba, that right. And I got so sick that doctor said that if I don't take the antibiotic, I would die. I would literally die within 3 months. And I'm allergic to antibiotics. I've been allergic to antibiotics since I was at the age of 16 when I had my first insemination. Being a part of this program makes you incredibly sensitive to medicines. It's almost as if they don't want you to take any kind of medications or anything because somehow, obviously, the chemicals or something causes some kind of reaction or change in the DNA somehow. But I haven't been able to take those kinds of medications throughout my entire life after this event at the age of 16. So, it was very difficult, this experience, because we thought I was going to die at that age. And, I'm taking all these antibiotics because I have to. And I become so ill. And then after 2 weeks, I lost 20 pounds and it was horrendous. And at the end of those 2 weeks, everything was gone. There was no amoeba in sight. There was nothing. I couldn't take any of the medications. And what happened is that I had an experience before all of this began. And it wasn't until the hypnotherapy that I began to understand what happened. And it was an abduction where they had put into my body some kind of blue liquid to be able to sustain an environment for the zygote or the fetus to develop itself within the body, something that, otherwise the body would completely reject because it's a foreign element. It's a combination of DNA. It's not just a regular human combination, So this made me very ill. And it's not that I had, even though I had 24 hybrid children, these experiences were so impactful and so clearly vivid in my life that, when you begin to look back at them and the marks on my body that appeared and the events that were next to those, you begin to see, that there's not just a regular experience that you can associate this kind of phenomena with.
All right, I want to jump in here for a second and ask a question, Jared. I don't mean to interrupt. I hope that's okay. I wanted to ask you. So you carried the fetuses to full term?
No. The longest that I carried the fetus was about 3.5 months.
Okay.
And after that time, they are removed. They are either removed before that or the latest, about 4 or 5 months. And I see this with my clients as well. I mean, now I connect with hybrid parents from around the world that tell me about their experiences. And, the majority of them, the longest I've seen it is 5 months. There was also a lady in a documentary that I made that was, she was a lesbian. She was born lesbian, and she became pregnant. And, this also happened to me when I was not partnered. I became pregnant. So this is a very anomalous kind of pregnancies that happened, and all of a sudden, then the fetus is not there anymore. Your pregnancy test is positive, and then your fetus is not there anymore. And the doctors will call it a blighted ovum. They will say that it's stress. It's a stress caused by stress or hormones that we became pregnant. But when it happens often like this and in a way that's connected with other events, that's when you begin to kind of question, and it's happening to many women.
Okay. Do you
Has there been any testing on the fetuses? Not the fetuses, but is there any Carillion photography, anything being done? Have you been able to devise any testing before they lose the fetuses? Has anybody come to you? Have you been able to do anything with it?
Yeah, not yet. And that's something that I'm really trying to do. This is going to be our next step to try kind of understand, what's happening. But my main focus and what's more important is to provide support for the women, because what's happening is that they go to the gynecologist, and of course the gynecologist will dismiss it completely. And the women, they're kind of going crazy because they're like, I know this is happening to me. It's connected with other events, and I'm having marks on my body. I'm having these traumatic experiences happen, and I'm pregnant, and then I'm not pregnant. And you got to understand that when a woman she gets pregnant, I mean, we're talking about major hormonal rise and falls, emotional rise and falls that she goes through. So it's a very emotional process, and so they deserve to have the support psychologically, emotionally, and medically that's needed. For whatever it is, whether this is a collective phenomena that we're going through, I don't know, some kind of psychosis that we're going through, or whether we're actually talking about, abduction and insemination, we need to understand it. So it's very hard. I mean, women have positive pregnancy tests, and then they have these miscarriages. The miscarriages usually will not have the fetus there. The fetus will be missing. And it's usually connected with an experience that they are, they recall it or they remember this through either hypnosis or at a later time, So, yeah. And what's interesting about this is that, when you begin to hear the stories of these women, and I mean, I've heard hundreds of stories at this point. They are quite similar. They are quite similar in, there's different kind of beings that are involved in it, but the procedure is somewhat the same. There's this kind of, they don't go to full term. It goes about 5 years, 5 months, and then the child is removed. The fetus is removed and put into incubation tanks. And I mean, when it happened to me, I saw tanks and tanks and walls of these incubation tanks. So it's it's kind of a large program. And the thing is that it's not just what we may think as extraterrestrial. There's also a terrestrial program that is occurring, which is very much connected to military abductions, my labs. So that's another part of this that's very important. That's good to talk about as well.
Do you think that they're manipulating time?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll tell you why. This is one of the things that I realized early on, that the fetus that they removed from the body is oftentimes much more developed at that time than a human. So, for example, within 4 or 5 months, usually the child is a very small fetus, but what they remove is much larger. It probably looks like something that's about, I don't know, 6 months, 7 months. And it's not removed necessarily in the same way that we give birth. It's somewhat of a cesarean type, not through the umbilical cord, or they take it through, the lower part of the body.
It's fascinating. Jared, did I cut you off, Jared? You had some?
No, I was cutting myself off to make sure you got your question in.
Oh, okay. Do you have anything else on that, Jared?
No, just to acknowledge first that there is clearly, when any woman has this kind of experience, or I mean, at any time anybody gets their complete physical body taken from them and used without permission in any capacity, it must be just a nightmare. That's, it's not explainable really to people. I mean, the empathy involved. So the dealing with the trauma and dealing with the questions, I mean, that's obviously primarily what's important. I didn't want to sound too scientific and saying, take a picture, say cheese, let's see the magnetic aurora, let's start, that I do think, though, to me, part of what I think, though, defensively speaking, I mean, part of the point of my book personally was that the reason I say, people ask me in the title, why do you say it's not aliens, worse, it's us? I said, because people can accept if it is a foreign entity, interdimensional being, alien, people can accept that that's them. They can't accept the idea that a more advanced human, which clearly has been seen in what appears to be ancient ruins and a global civilization that is gone, and we don't have a record of the idea that other humans would continue to be here in an advanced fashion and not really help us, but actually experiment on us or use us as cattle, is way worse, I think, of an idea. And the reason I think it's interesting getting our heads around the fact that we are being taken advantage of one way or the other, which pisses me off to no end when it comes to military. There are plenty of people who would volunteer for programs, ask, don't take. But when it comes to advanced, whether ancient humans from here or something from somewhere else, I feel like if we can start sorting out and being more aware of not only our past, but of these situations and the changes in us, maybe somehow we can start stopping them. That's my thoughts overall.
Well, what do you think? Do you think well, I guess you have 24 children. Do you feel, do you feel anger about that?
That's a really great question. And I mean, the truth is that the hybridization program is a very, very complex topic, because you're not just talking about this fantasy or idea that, we're being impregnated by these aliens, these interdimensional beings, and, that we are being used. It's a little more complex than that. The fact is, and here's how I realized this. I mean, when I first started to discover these experiences, part of me and, my family, when they heard about this, they were horrified. And they were like, how is this even possible? Like, who do we talk to? And I remember when I first got back at 6 a.m. from that experience, I thought about calling the cops, the police, because I was thinking, I literally just got abducted. Who do I talk to for help, for support? And it crossed my mind to call them and to see what there must be some organization or some department that handles this kind of stuff, I thought. But of course, there isn't. And I think a lot of people go through that. But the thing is that, by the way, I also want to clarify, it's not just women, men also go through the hybridization program in a different way. And they are also quite traumatized about it. I mean, the other day, I had this gentleman that was working for the stock market who calls me and tells me about this. He says that he can't even go out into social events anymore because he can't handle the stress and the thought that at night he's going to have to be dealing with these kinds of experiences over and over again. So there's a part of this that we really need to understand, and it's the part of our role in this, in what's occurring when it's happening to us. It's so unbelievable. I mean, first of all, the whole concept of aliens, due to the entertainment industry, has been, in a sense, completely made a fantasy, something that is unreal, something that only crazy people would talk about. And I do believe that there is a reason behind that. But when we begin to hear these stories of people, for example, me, I wasn't into sci-fi. I wasn't interested in the alien phenomena before this happened to me. So, it's not like some kind of subconscious idea that I had, So anyway, these things happen to people. So the idea is like, where do we make the connection between our human lives and these extraterrestrial beings? All agreements. I think this is where we start getting into the topic of consciousness. All experiences in our life we agree to them. We agree to them on some level. There is a subconscious agreement that is made. And that's true for these experiences as well. Where we begin to look at the experiences that are, to me, more impactful are the military abductions. Because for me, that they started to happen after I came public with my experiences. I had an abduction out of one of my Airbnbs that I was speaking at a conference, and I was taken to an underground base. And, I was injected in the back of my neck, and something was taken out of my spine. And it's genetic information. So my next question was, what is it that makes our genetic information so valuable? If these interdimensional beings are after it, and somehow there is some part of the government that is also interested in that in order to create cloning, what makes this so important? So I began to research that. And I began to also receive downloads about this information, remote viewing some of these events that happen through hypnotherapy. I began to understand that our DNA is actually holographic. Okay. And that the amount of storage that it contains of information of not just this lifetime, but multiple, fragments of ourself that we are connected to simultaneously, we're living through simultaneously, which kind of makes us an open experience to have these kinds of things. We can tap into these kinds of experiences at any time. So, you begin to kind of go into these topics. And I believe that the further you go down the road of spirituality, you're going to be met with the question of consciousness, and you're going to be met with these extraterrestrial beings. And it's the same for the extraterrestrial phenomena. The deeper down the rabbit hole you go, you will be met with the question of consciousness, and you will meet this spiritual aspect of ours. So there's a definite connection between the two. And these agreements can be destroyed with these interdimensional beings in order to no longer have them. And we do so by changing our vibrational frequency and becoming a match to them. Changing our match to the resonance to these beings. And this is something that I did for myself. I stopped having these kinds of traumatic experiences, and I teach my clients how to do the same as well.
All right, so let's go back to the holographic DNA. How did you figure that out?
So I had been researching, trying to understand what makes our genetic code so important. Because at first, you have the idea that, we're so special. Something must be special about me. Something must be special about these people that are chosen. So what I began to see, first of all, in my first hypnosis, I began to download this map of our Earth. And it took me down a historical timeline, tracing back all of the major royal bloodlines and the origin. And what I saw is that there were 3 actually main bloodlines that created our entire human race, that seeded life on this planet. And those main bloodlines are basically have been creating the most preserved bloodlines that we see historically, all the way from Mesopotamia out to to the royal palace, down to our presidential seat. 20, I believe it's like 27 presidents or 28 presidents are actually related. They're related to one another. So. And that's nothing. I mean, when we look at the people in power in our world today, 147 companies own all of the companies in this entire world. And those small amount of 147 companies are owned by a very small elite of families. And those bloodlines can be traced back to the very origin of literally life seated on this planet. I mean, even you and I, just 2,000 years ago, we are related. We have someone in common, So we have an origin point. So what I began to realize is that our genetic code, we're not the first. We've been going through these cyclical patterns of genetic modification for centuries, and there were certain lines that are heavily, heavily preserved. We see the Nazca skulls in South America. How did that bloodline show up all the way in Peru? So you begin to look at the connections of how these bloodlines have been moved and changed and genetically modified to create the human race. And we see that we have that genetic code within us. So in fact, we are all genetically modified. We are all the hybrids that are being created. We have that information running in our DNA. And the hybridization program goes on further. It's not just the children that are being made from us. These children are sometimes put back into what we know as the reincarnation cycle. They're basically born back into our cycle. And we have children that are hybrids. And there's a woman named Mary Rodwell out of Australia, and she researches this about hybrids. These children that are about 8 years old, and they are so incredibly advanced. They remember their star lineages, all these things. I mean, it's really interesting. So there's many layers to this information.
It's fascinating, right? You start getting into DNA memory, right?
Right.
The memories of your ancestors and that was the main reason why I wanted to get you on the show, was to get you, and we were going to talk about how you can reprogram your DNA memory, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as I got into researching you, there's so much more. You know what I mean? That's why I scheduled you for another show right away, because you're a fascinating person, and there's so much that we have to talk about. And I guess I'll just shut up and hand it off to Jared, because I know he's got a ton to say right now.
Yeah, well, and it's half of me is just trying to figure out. We do this a lot where, like with Michael Cremo, and there's so many different guests we have on that have a large knowledge base. So it's where do we break it up for everyone listening to? So on one hand, it might be an introduction, or it might be a continuation for what people hear and see or know already. But then when we do get somebody on that has this kind of a knowledge and experience base, it's how do we break it up and keep it. It doesn't have to be an exact episode, but yeah, I guess for an actual follow-up question around that, when it comes to people's experiences of genetic memory, what has been your personal experiences with it? I guess is that not really something that's really affected you? Is it more people you've interviewed?
I'm sorry. What can you rephrase the question? What exactly?
So people experience genetic memories, or they're like you said, there's kids being programmed or reappearing. I guess I want to know what your experience is with the clients or the people you've interviewed that are saying, well, here's my knowledge base. Like, yeah, you've specifically met children that have a knowledge base that's beyond their years, or is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
So can you give any examples?
Yes, sure. So I'm a certified hypnotherapist. I became a hypnotherapist in order to, further understand, first of all, hypnotherapy, and because of my experiences with hypnotherapy, but also to try to support those that are trying to integrate these experiences into their everyday life. And so I began to work with adults and children that have these experiences. And whether it's a DNA reprogramming or a hypnotherapy session, what I found is that these children, they carry information about, incredibly advanced physics, incredibly advanced concepts of our reality, of society, of evolution, that you would never even think. I mean, some of these children are speaking at college level, and they're like 6 years old. And you would think, at the age of 6, I mean, we were playing with dolls and we weren't thinking about any of this stuff. But these are incredibly advanced children, and a lot of them, they're very awake. They're awake in the fact where they're very aware of our current state in the world. They're aware of our state, I guess you can say, intergalactically, or the fact that there is some kind of intergalactic presence of some sort. And, they remember their past lives. They remember experiences of being on board craft. And these children are so young that it's not like they're sitting in front of TV watching sci-fi films. They're 4 or 5 years old. These children are not influenced as much from entertainment industry or any of that. And the parents really spend a lot of time with them because these children really choose not to be connected to technology as much. They prefer to be out in nature. They prefer to the organic more than AI or anything like that. So it's very interesting. They're very special children. They are also intuitive. They have gifts that are advanced. They can sometimes read when they're blindfolded. They can see things. They're incredibly psychic. So these are children, and I think we've been seeing waves of these children for a long time. They have their genetic code per se activated. They have a lot of parts of themselves activated, and we understand what DNA is more when we understand the information that we're able to access. DNA is. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Do any of them? Okay. Funny question. Of all the things you've heard, then from them, what is the most crazy, mind-blowing, or surprising thing you've heard from one story individually?
There was a little child that, first of all, the way that the child was conceived was interesting. The mother had a experience, a very vivid experience, and the next day she became pregnant. Okay, so she became pregnant with this child. She gave birth to the child, and this child was born almost like a savant. They had an incredible affinity for numbers, for calculations at the age of 4. I mean, they were doing these advanced math things. And then they were incredibly intuitive. They could tap into information about you, about your emotions. And this child was also an artist. The child would paint, and they would paint these incredible paintings of these beings and these crafts and these planets, and at that very, very young age, I mean, 4 or 5 years old, this child was like this. And the interesting thing is that this child was a product of this kind of hybridization program, because the mother was unable to get pregnant for, I mean, almost her entire life. And she was already in her late 30s, almost early 40s. And all of a sudden she has this contact experience. It wasn't a pleasant one, but she ended up with this child as a result of that. So this is an interesting case. And I know it also reminds me of this young lady, April Malloy, who was also in the film Extraordinary the Seeding, which is a documentary about hybridization that I'm a part of. And her story is also very similar to this. She had a shocking experience. They tried to get pregnant for a long time, and then the child was born. And the child is drawing these incredible messages that they're receiving telepathically from these beings in another state, and just very interesting things. So this is just some of the examples.
Michael, did you say, were you trying to say something?
No, I think it was my stomach.
Oh no, I didn't hear anything. I just wasn't sure if I was.
I wanted
so
to,
I guess. Oh, go ahead.
No, do you have something on that, or I'm going to change it?
No, go ahead and change it. We got to touch on some of it. We only got so much time.
All right. I want to talk about consciousness and the ascension and disclosure. It all kind of runs together, doesn't it?
Sure. In what way, though?
Well, it seems that we're living in a time now where I believe a lot of the human population is starting to wake up to what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about, the underground, the military part of child abductions, and we're approaching a time, I think, where all this is going to be revealed, right? We're going to ascend into more of a 5D. We're going to broaden our consciousness. Jared and I talk all the time about how we're only using maybe 15% of our brain, right? And it's holding back our consciousness, like we're not experiencing things the way that we are meant to. Like our subconscious is being held back, so to speak. Our consciousness isn't what it's supposed to be, but we're evolving now. We're in a time, I think, now where the human race is actually evolving, and it's going to come down to disclosure. I think we're getting pretty close to disclosure, or something's going to happen. Something's going to break, and what do you think about that?
A lot of people ask me this question. I mean, I think it's a matter of just what's really important is not so much waiting for something to happen, because, I mean, if you understand how we create our reality, everything that we experience, even these experiences within abductions and contact experience, we are creating them because we are these incredible organisms of projection and creation. And what that means is that right now, what we're going through collectively is kind of a collective evolution, but everything is cyclical. I mean, it's the design of the universe. We create through, the feminine, the masculine. When it unites, it creates. But with this duality, we have the ability to experience both sides of that polarity. And I think that it's cyclical. We look at the world's history, all the way from Mesopotamia, and up until now. If we just look at the world history, at the cyclical rises and falls of consciousness through history, it's been very interesting. It reaches a certain pinnacle point and then it falls again. And I think we're coming into this where we're approaching another pinnacle point in evolution for us. And for this time around, we are merging technology and consciousness. We're coming into that point where we are now implementing artificial intelligence, and we are moving more towards a technologically advanced world and society. A lot of things are being merged into that now, especially with everything that's happened over the past few months. More so, we are being pushed and drawn to use technology and depend on technology for everything. And I think that's kind of the direction that society was meant to go eventually. But it's not something new. I mean, if you look at your body, if you look at the cellular structure or the way DNA is written in your body, our bodies are the most advanced biotechnology in this matrix multiverse. And a lot of the functions that we are just learning and implementing in our society are mirrored by learning from the technology that's within the physical body. So what's interesting about that is when we're talking about disclosure, I think that where our power lies right now is in our awareness and in the education of what this biotechnology can do, why it's so valuable, why there's a hybridization program, why there's a terrestrial government with all kinds of hidden programs that are meant more to enslave, or let's say, just remove people of their free will and their consciousness to choose. This is a much larger problem than just these little tiny things that are happening. It really has to do with our food industry, with the financial systems that we have, and our political systems. All of these systems are designed in a way to make things very compartmentalized and to further drill in the ideas that we are separate and that we are disconnected somehow from an organic whole. And all of those things play a role in how we see ourselves and the interdimensional realm. The more we see ourselves as all of that interdimensional, physical, these beings, we are multidimensional beings. The more we see ourselves as that, the more we can look behind the veil of the illusion that there is nothing beyond this physical matter. And I think that's where disclosure happens. We begin to understand that we have aspects of ourselves that are interdimensional, that we have alien aspects of ourselves that are encoded within the DNA, that a lot of people, because of the time that we're in right now, because of the ascension, so to speak, that we're moving through right now, it's just the natural cycle in which the vibrational frequency of this entire earth is kind of moving, it's evolving. And it is making that veil very thin, in which we're becoming aware of our parts of us that can be activated, like our superpowers, our psychic abilities, right? Our abilities to telepathically communicate. We are going towards that. And the organic, the technology is always going to want to mimic the organic. That's what we're experiencing right now. So I think it's a matter of us finding ourselves and really reconnecting with ourselves and identifying what we are as humans. And I think that's where the power is, both for what we're creating and co-creating with these interdimensional beings and what we're creating here on the physical plane. I think both of those are incredibly important right now.
How much do you think that relates then to organic? I describe, so when I have talks on this too, I right there, I agree with you. It's one of those questions of how deactivated are we from what looks like a very large terraformed system that once was able to connect through the soil and the plants, etc. So how much do you think it's related to the rest of the planet also being intentional and or part of a interconnected system? Do you feel like there is a separation between the other organic high-tech biosystems on the planet, or do you just think they're random plants or random animals?
Random animals? What do you mean random animals?
Well, I think that how do you get a chicken before an egg? You program it. You make a chicken. It's the most obvious, simple answer, but people can't accept that the system itself is because we're seeing, as people understand the actual science, not the woo-woo, but the science of vibrational medicine, that from the time Burr was doing experiments with magnetic fields in 1940s, and here we are with that orthopedic surgeon from New York cutting off the limbs of frogs, which cannot regenerate limbs, and showing that after measuring from salamanders that they can, by creating the right negative magnetic field, that the reality is, once they've done further research, that piezoelectric electronic switching, just like a computer, is going on at the cellular level. And then you have other theories like I like to talk about Johnny Chang, who, the Qigong guy that lights paper on fire. And they did those documentaries about him in the late 80s and 90s, and they've written books on him. And the direct mainstream science that shows nuclear cold fusion at mitochondrial DNA. So I think we're on the precipice of understanding that what we think of as externalized technology, that our very biology, that we are not natural, that we are not a robot, but we're just simply intentionally programmed. And I do think that relates to our biology around us in reference to plants. If we're fully 100% conscious, like Michael was just talking about, like if we're at 10 or 5 or 20% conscious, that if we were fully conscious and using our pineal glands and actually connecting not only to each other through, I bring up synesthesia as an example, having all 5 senses, all that. But the idea then is, how do you see it relating to what we also, in quotes, call the natural world around us? That right now it's running wild, but do you think at some point plants, animals, trees, all of it was more intentional and also part of that system of connectivity?
Yes, absolutely. I definitely agree with all of that. I mean, we are interconnected with everything, and what I see in the patterns of nature is that we are fractals. It's fractal upon fractal upon fractal design, self-similar designs of creation that we're looking at, and the same self-similar designs that you see in trees and plants and the leaves and the branch of a tree, we're seeing within the body, and we're seeing universally. I mean, up in the galaxies, and how they form and move, and how they are moving within their dark space or the dark matter. The way that I look at it is, I mean, we are a sea of this kind of consciousness. We're a sea of this consciousness, and so the idea is, like, how is this consciousness directed? How is it manifesting itself into each individual, thing that we're experiencing? I feel that we are creating this experience. So everything that we see outside of us is something that we are each projecting, and the environment is an extension of ourselves, really. So, when we think about the evolution of mankind, I mean, I think that we are one of probably millions of human experiments, you could say, or manifestations of consciousness that are in this multiverse. I think that we are, there's probably many planets with human types, humanoids, that are experiencing the same thing, either within the, hybridization program, all these kinds of multiplications of consciousness. And I think that what makes it important, what runs that engine, is consciousness itself, and what we know as the soul, which is the engine that runs this organism. I think that this human body is really more of a holographic projection that is playing by the rules of this 3-dimensional plane. I mean, it's the physicality of the body comes together as this intelligent organism in order to operate in a 3-dimensional plane. But when we look at these other beings, for example, they're highly advanced. These interdimensional beings are highly advanced, and they're on other dimensional planes. So I think that we are sharing our space with these other dimensional planes, but they are all part of this matrix multiverse that we are a part of. They are all part of this 3-dimensional plane in which we are playing by the laws of creation, of cause and effect. And I think that the human has the ability to experience this plane, but it also, through its ability to become aware of itself, self-aware, this consciousness becomes aware of its own consciousness, is that it can then employ its free will and choose. So it can choose to continue being in this human body, or it can move on to other aspects of this universe, of this experience. I think the purpose is purely to experience, whatever we're experiencing here. So these manifestations of life forms are happening infinitely. We are talking about infinite consciousness, infinite possibilities of creation that we are able to tap into, and we are just one of those expressions. This is why I don't get mad or angry when I think about these hybridization programs, because I tend to think of it more as an exchange of consciousness. I think that the moment that we apply our free will, because we are now consciousness that is aware of itself, we can then choose our experiences. And I think that's true for any level of consciousness. As we become aware of those levels, we can then learn how to operate and move this system, this organism, which is more than just matter. Matter is being directed by that consciousness and the intention of that consciousness.
Do you think that these organizations, people ask me the same question, between military and actual, whether it's interdimensional or UFO, somewhere else, do you actually have anyone within the military, not outing anyone, but has anyone actually ever directly confirmed to you that they are involved with either another species, an ancient human, whoever these people are? Has anyone actually ever admitted it?
Well, there are some, I guess you can call them whistleblowers that talk about some of this stuff. They talk that they were ex-military and they have had these experiences. There are several people around the world that talk about that. But I think what's interesting about that is that these kinds of agendas that people are experiencing, like these cloning programs, even it's happened even at these conferences that groups of these experiencers were taken. Groups of them were taken at one time. Just when they were gathered together at a conference, they were taken in a truck, and they were taken, and experiments were being done on them by the government, just because they have very heightened, or they're very gifted psychically. They have these incredible activated abilities. And that's something that's been experimented and a great interest to the government since, I don't even know, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. They've been experimenting on consciousness and using it as a weapon through many different projects historically. So I think that this is not something new. This is something very old. The fact is that we just ignore it because I don't think we realize the implications and how it's been implemented in our society on a much larger scale. The fact that we've heard of experiments of, remote viewers. We even know MK Ultras, women and men that were highly, highly trained in their psychic abilities, in every ability, in order to be these mind-controlled weapons, basically. The thing is that same technology that was used is now, it's a global project, and we are a product of that programming. Whether we're watching TV or listening to music, a lot of things are encoded and programmed vibrationally in a way to completely hypnotize humans into a state of disconnect and unawareness. And it's what we're seeing in our society. And it's why these topics are so difficult to talk about, because of the programming that we have that is drilled into our subconscious minds. So I think becoming aware and applying free will means that we have to completely destroy in us all of these false programs of reality, the way that we look at love. Look at this. The word love is still such a difficult topic for people to even understand to this day. Some of us don't even know what it means to be loved or unconditionally loved, truly. And that's a product of programming, and it just shows how disconnected we are from nature, from our creative abilities. So I think that these programs go much, much further, much deeper into our programming, into our genetic code, and everything that we experience outside, including these military experiences, are a direct product of a very deep understanding of how our human bodies operate. The biotechnology of the body, they know exactly how we work. So they know how to manipulate us. They know how to work with our consciousness.
Do you
The
feel like
problem,
there's something missing? Sorry to interrupt, but do you feel like
no,
there's something missing currently? I know that you're obviously working through all your websites and your programs and your work, your counseling and all the work you're doing actively with people. Obviously, they're aware of it. Is there anything you're seeing in reference to those control programs that are so many ones that we could digress that everybody keeps hearing about on repeat? Is there anything new, dangerous, and or not I'm not into fear porn. So what I'm thinking of more of is, are there things that as you're more hyper aware and as you continue to observe it, is there anything in the last few weeks or months, and by the way, this is not leading into our current sci-fi program, but I'm thinking about in reference to these programs and as they morph and adapt, are you sensing anything new that maybe people should be aware of that's on the that you're seeing implemented that maybe you've seen maybe 2 or 3 or 4 times, or what that looks like?
well, I mean, I'll just say this. DNA is the currency of the past, the present, and the future. Okay. DNA is going to be the new form of your registration, your DMV, your identity, your credit, all of that. This is the direction that we're heading towards. And I think that as what we're moving into is we're moving into a completely virtual platform of reality. Everything is going to be moved in that direction. And this is where AI will be implemented over the next few years. So I guess and I guess that's inevitable. That's inevitable over the next 7 years, unfortunately, unless there is some major awakening where people are choosing the organic. Out of convenience, we opt for more easy things, right? So we want the technology. And the way it's packaged, obviously, is made to make us feel like it's the right choice for us. But what I see is that we really need to get clear about what this technology and what it means to us as sovereign human beings, in a sense. So we want to understand that we are sovereign human beings, but we tend to have hive minds, and it's the manipulation of the hive mind that we want to be completely under some kind of guru, some kind of teacher, some kind of government that will direct how we, operate, our lives, and how we make our choices. So I think that really has to be a call to action right now, that we really check into those choices and decisions that we make so that we're looking at more holistic choices. Okay, what does that mean? Holistic means that we take everything into consideration, not just your own personal need in that moment, but just the whole, the human race, our health, our environment, all of these things play an important role. And I think that that's the level that we're headed to right now. Is collective consciousness means that we're aware of more than just our individual state. We're aware of a collective wellness. Anything that is destructive, that goes towards personal need and greed and all those things, is going to eventually destruct itself. So everything that we do that is more collective is actually, it has longevity, it has some kind of sustainability that is connective to all. And I think that's where we are coming into a very deep separation in our society, where it's going to be very visible that some people are going more towards, the quick fix and things that are going to cause more destruction. And on the other side, people that are choosing more organic, more conscious, more holistic. So this is kind of a split that I see that's going to be more, I guess, more visible over the next 5 years. So, it's just something to be aware of. I mean, I think we know this, but our choices every single moment direct that. If we understand how consciousness works, how we project into our reality, every thought that you have, every moment is creating what we're going to experience in the next 5-10 years. So, be aware here, be present, be in this body. I really teach a lot about the technology of the body, because that's where everything begins and everything ends, for each person and collectively.
Well, we can all manifest where we go, right? All of us?
Well, yes. And the thing is that the mind is complex. So what runs the program of creation is the subconscious mind. So if on the outside we have a happy face and we're good, but on the inside we have a lot of unresolved emotions, problems, fears, anxieties, that's what's going to be running the show. So our internal work really not only heals our own body, but helps us make choices that are closest to the most constructive things for yourself and others. The problem is that for a long time, we have been so unaware of ourselves and everything that we're doing that we keep making these choices that fall short, not just for ourselves, but others, So the more aware we are of how we function, how we create, the more we can really affect in a better way,
All right. I wanted to ask you about, I guess, the ascension. We're coming up on a period where I believe us as humans, we can ascend. Now, does it seem like there's a group that's trying to keep us from ascending, and that maybe we've already missed it? It's too late now. We didn't do it, or is it we still have a chance to do this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, the way we look at ascension has to change. I find one of the things, just to also add to the last question, a lot of mind control is actually occurring in our reality, in which sometimes it comes through channeled messages, and through channeled messages, if the vessel of that channeled message isn't really a clear and in alignment vessel, a lot of the messages that come through are going to be confusing, cause a lot of mass confusion and a lot of deception. So that's also something that I really want, to put out there, because spirituality is like in every historical timeline, has been weaponized in a way. It's been utilized to control. So that being said, the whole concept that we are ascending now between, let's say, 4th and 5th dimension, that's not really how it works. I mean, we're moving through multiple dimensions at all times. We're constantly moving in and out of dimensions. And evolution is a natural function of the entire movement of this entire multiverse that we're a part of. It moves in a spiral, and every spiral is a cycle of ascension that is experiencing the polarity that we're experiencing here in this 3-dimensional plane. So we're constantly moving through rise and fall cycles of life and death. We have to get used to that. So from one perspective, I can tell you, yes, we're being controlled by this dark hidden government and the reptilians and the draconians, But on the other side of it, if you look at it from a higher place, what we're experiencing here is duality. And what we need to understand is that the dark, quote unquote, dark side, because it rejects its own consciousness, it becomes a parasite. So it needs to feed off something else. If you are the white side, let's say the light, the consciousness, and you are unaware of yourself, you're going to fall into the category of parasitic consciousness. Because this is the function of consciousness. When we let's say we don't love ourselves, when we feel unworthy, we become parasites in a sense, because we need from external sources to provide us value, validation, love, understanding, acknowledgement, all these things, for example. That is the same design that is macro, like in this larger collective as a human race. When the human race is disconnected from its consciousness and its awareness and creation, it also has to fall under the guise of these laws of parasitic consciousness. And anytime that we're unaware of our bodies, we become a vessel for walk-ins, for entities, for attachments, for all of these negative alien or interdimensional agendas, because we're unaware of the body, so it becomes a host. Okay, so it's the same way on the larger picture. As we're ascending, we are experiencing this polarity. So we get to choose every moment what side of that you want to look at. Do you want to look at this wholeness and light and consciousness, or do you want to be a parasitic consciousness? It really it's up to you. And to be honest, my opinion is that there is no right and wrong. I think that we are experiencing here all of it. That's kind of what we're here to do. We're experiencing polarity. Our bodies are fragmented, and within the bodies is organized infinite consciousness. So we have the ability of navigating this human experience through all of those things. I guess the difference is that one results in life and the other results in death, right? And wherever you are at the end of your cycle of life, whatever your vibrational frequency is at the end, you are going to be a resonance to the next experience that you have. And this happens the moment that we're speaking right now. It happens in the collective. It happens in dream time. It happens in death. It's the same law of creation for all those levels of awareness.
Hmm. So do you think that there's a do you think that there's like a war going on right now between the good and the bad?
I mean, you could say that there's some kind of war, and I think that it's really just ourselves. Either we're conscious or we're not. Either we want to apply free will and choose what we're going to experience, or we don't. We become food for parasites, in other words. And we do so through hybridization program, and that's there's so much more to talk about that, because it's very complex. You have to understand what the soul is. You have to understand how the soul moves in different bodies, what it means to have a child, and what happens with your soul. There's so many things that are part of that. But ultimately, I think that it's an experience. We're experiencing polarity, and we have a choice which one we want to experience.
Yeah, and like I said, that's why I wanted to get you on again. We never even got to talk about fragmented souls or timeline blockages or any of that stuff, and that's definitely where I want to go when we pick this up in just a couple weeks. Jared, do you have anything else? We have a few more minutes.
Yeah, well, so what's your thoughts then on how much is your references on post-flood religions?
Yeah, I mean, that comes up a lot in the research, right? As a very impactful.
Yeah, we need to use it, but how much of it? I guess the question in your discernment between all of them, obviously there's standouts, but I guess what are the standouts in these slivers of truths? What do you have one? Do you prescribe by one in particular, or do you see? It's not about all of them being la happy, good, and they all relate and believe whatever you want. That's not the issue. The issue is how much of the technology or our past is hidden, and or what are you getting out of observing these mystifications of these technologies?
Yeah, such a heavy question. There's so much to say there. But
your time, we have a part 2 coming.
Okay. But what I see is that, but there's really no such thing as hidden technology per se. Okay. And I think that all the technology is available to us. It's just, it's controlled. What we're able to see is controlled. What we're able to know is controlled. In order to carry out a directive, okay? And this is just the way that it's perceived by us, because we're human and our perception is very limited. What we can understand of this universe and how everything is moving is limited, because we only know what we know. We can't go beyond that. So when I look historically at how our technology is moving, I think that eventually we're creating humans is what's happening, right? We're creating and mimicking these humans. Our body is a product of incredibly advanced technology. And so what we see and what we're told our historical timeline is, who knows? There's so many levels and cycles of elevated technology that we've had, from the Mayans to the Egyptians and so on and so forth. And I think that our understanding of what we see in the ruins in those petroglyphs are very limited, really. We're barely touching the iceberg of what's really there for us to understand in terms of our technology. But I think that we don't need to dive so deep into what we see outside. I think that the unlocking of all that technology is by understanding our physical bodies. I tend to look. The Emerald Tablets, the Book of Enoch, the story of Gilgamesh. All of these stories, the origin stories of life, I think are a very, very interesting depiction of how we have come to be. in this matrix multiverse. I think that we are this fragment of a source that has manifested itself and created this life, and we are a product of that, and that we're moving through cyclical cycles of those patterns of rise and fall of intelligence. So I think that we're reaching an interesting point in history here, where we are now merging the consciousness and the artificial intelligence. And I guess it's left to see how much further we get in that.
Well, and how much artificially do you think? I mean, and here, I can't have you answer I'm not asking you to sort out the military thing that none of us know, but how much of what you're looking at really to you says this is artificial?
Well, you know what? The difference between artificial intelligence and, the organic is consciousness, is really the soul. That's the only thing, really, and the awareness of that consciousness within this organic. Because if we look at ourselves and if we're not conscious of our consciousness, we're basically like robots. We function like artificial intelligence. We take directives on a mass scale. How many of us are completely hypnotized and disconnected from our organic self? So I think that the difference is our option of choosing consciousness and becoming aware of that. That's the only thing that's the difference. The soul and the awareness of that soul and the function of that consciousness in that soul is the only difference between the organic and this artificial intelligence.
So of all the people you've worked with, without, of course, disclosing anyone's personal stuff, have you seen two different people that have identical experiences or close to it, incredibly similar, but have completely different religious matrix, artificial, dimensional? They're describing it completely differently, but you're looking at two people who've had the identical experience. Does that happen?
Yeah. Yes, all the time. That's an interesting question. I'm in the process of creating this survey for hybrid parents. It's going to be an application, and I'm developing that, and it'll be out, before the end of this year, to study all of these different, aspects of the hybridization program and the psychology behind that. But they come from very different backgrounds. I mean, I get everything. I get everything from atheists to, Islamic religious backgrounds, Buddhism, everything, Christianity, Catholicism. And their experiences, this is the interesting thing, are incredibly similar. Everything down to the technology that's being discovered in my support groups. I hold these support groups, international support groups, once a month. We're hearing stories from these people, and it's amazing to hear them. This person in Germany hears the story of the person right here in San Francisco, and it's like they see the exact same tool. I have them draw out what they see, and they show each other, and it's mind-blowing. So there's definitely something going on, and that's why I always question, whatever it is that we're experiencing, there's an element here that is similar, and we see the same kind of descriptions of things in the 50s as we've seen now, right? I guess everything is in the collective subconscious mind at some point, but some of us have more access than others, I think.
All right. Yeah, it's. Oh, go ahead.
Jared, do you have one last thing? Because I guess we got to wrap it up.
Michael will make fun of me later. Yeah, Jared, I asked him if he had one more thing to ask.
Well, I do have one more thing to ask, but I want you to get in yours first.
No, we're not saying goodbyes, but I appreciate your time and really just love all the research and the efforts. I'm so sorry for some of the things that have happened to you. I know you aren't defined by those tragedies at all, but I do think it's worth acknowledging. And the work you've chosen to do and where you've gone with everything is very mind-blowing. And I'm really looking forward to talking to you more. So I'd rather start with that than a question, but your turn. Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
I wanted to ask a question. Have you spoke with many people that have come out of the experimentation tunnels that the military has?
Experimentation, you mean underground?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
what you're talking about?
what's down there? Like how many people are down there? We hear reports a lot. I guess of there's a lot of missing kids in the world, and
Hmm.
reports of them, possibly being down in these tunnels and being experimented on. Any 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 reports or have you talked to any people that have come out of there? You were saying you were down there. Then
Hmm.
what
Yeah.
what exactly is going on down there?
Yes, well, that is a topic for another time. You get into a very dark aspect of our government and the handlings of children and many people. I don't choose necessarily to focus on military abductions. I do have a couple contacts that do focus on that, and they have support groups for that specific topic. One of my good friends, Misha Johnston, for example, was a MyLab herself, and she hosts support groups for this. But I've been to the support groups several times because just to discuss these events that have happened, and the stories are pretty dark. You really get into some dark experiences, and oftentimes these ex-military families that are targeted and are involving children and the adults and the family members in there. And I mean, this is just a program on a whole different level.
It's kind of
So,
it's kind of an occult, right?
well, I mean, you could say that, but I mean, I guess, a cult, the practices that are being carried out there are quite, they're based in a lot of really pagan, satanic, ritualistic
Yeah, yeah.
type of practices that people are being involved in, and it is quite. You hear the same thing over and over again. The same kind of experiences that happened. Um, you know, anyway, a lot of dark stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
So.
it's all related, and I guess I was listening to another show that was discussing this subject, and they say that it's like I guess that the deep state, the dark side of the government that's trying to suppress humanity, they all believe that they're the sons of Cain, so to speak, and that goes into the whole bloodline thing you were talking about earlier,
Mhm.
and
Yes,
what?
yes, it has a lot to do with the bloodlines. I mean, the majority, if you understand how these bloodlines actually stayed and they preserved their bloodlines for centuries. I mean, think about the main bloodlines. I mean, look at the Pope, the Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican, and how they manage their, the finances there, and all of the things that happened as a result of these bloodlines that were preserved through history. So much has been pushed and implemented into society as a result of those things. And the majority of their practices that they do in order to stay in power are these kinds of pagan, satanic, ritualistic things that they do. And they're using the laws of physics and reversing them. They inverse them completely. And that this is why you can see that they have a very profound understanding of what the human technology is. Because what they do is they invert it. They invert everything from sex to love to money to all these things in our world that we see outside of us that are the managing currencies of reality. They are inverting and manipulating in a way. And this is the best way to destruct and create fragmentation in the human soul is through these kinds of things.
All right, and just to leave everybody on a positive note, is there hope for us?
Oh my gosh, we are absolutely. Everything is in our hands. When we become aware of ourselves, we are the creators and we can change and choose our free will, which is the most important thing to understand what it means to have free will and to utilize that. So, that's why I like to let everyone know that looking at things from above, we're experiencing polarity and that's all, but we can choose at every moment.
From darkness to light, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, wonderful. If you guys want to get a DNA reprogramming with me or a hypnotherapy session, you can visit me at GeraldineOrozco.com. You can also join my hybrid parent and experiencer support group once a month at hybridmother.com. And yeah, I just want to thank you guys so much for having me on the show. It was a pleasure, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Of
Thank you so
course, we,
much.
we have a lot to get into the DNA reprogramming and the the fragmented souls and all kinds of neat stuff. And just so everybody knows, all of the links will be in the description box below. Definitely out check out the websites. It's fascinating stuff. Certainly fascinating. Thank you so much for coming on. We'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. All right, guys. I guess that's gonna wrap up our show tonight. Let's see who else is. Let's see if there's anybody still hanging out. Anybody hanging around? I think Dr. Strangelove finally fell asleep. Let's see here. Looks like Hugadarn. Hugadarn is back. He looks at everything from above. All right, guys. Remember, tune in Thursday for episode 4 with Vivian Chevette. If I said that right, hopefully I did. And until then, everybody, batten down the hatches. Have a good night. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Everybody, have a great weekend. Batten down the hatches. Get ready for what's coming. And we'll see you next time.